Last time on Outer Wilds Echoes of the Eye, we did 15 more loops. We did 15 loops the first day and 15 loops the second day. I was braver going into the sleepy zone. We went on this long trail of rafts that were powered by candles. We saw another vision, a very interesting vision that I want to talk about. And we kind of backtracked a little and rewatched some of the slide reels. I did rewatch the slide reel timestamps that Ta gave me off stream. I just went back and went to all those timestamps and kind of reviewed what I had seen. Also, Ta, I don't think I said hi. Happy Friday. And I feel like those are the main things. We're getting a lot better at going to the stranger, grabbing the artifact, and going to whichever one of the Sleepy Zone places that we wanted to. I think Sleepy Zone traumatized poor Kim. Oh no. Yeah, it's rough in there. It is scary in there. It's very dark. I think I'm gonna try to mess with my, gamma settings today and make it a little brighter for myself. Okay, but enough of a recap. What I wanted to say was, I feel like I'll find it in the ship log and I'll tell you what I'm talking about, because it's really silly. Here we are, loop number 31, I believe. Slate, how are you? How's it going? Let's enjoy these mallows. Hello, ship. We're off to a good start. Okay. So, here's my ship log. Here's the things that we have so far. There's lots and lots and lots of there's more to explore here's. There's more to explore here. There's more to explore here. So many. The main one, where is it gonna be? Is it this one? Sammy, hi, welcome in. That's what I want my checkpoints in life to be, a marshmallow toasting station, yeah. Secluded village, no. It was... No. No. I'll find it, I promise. Maybe not. Oh, this one. Okay. So, we need to talk about this. Mom, welcome in. Hello. Happy Friday. Saturn, hi. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Thanks for stopping into the stream. I recognize the name from YouTube. And thanks for watching the playthrough. I did that all the way back in May, and we've found some people through YouTube because of Echoes coming out. So, it's good to see you. This comment. I found a slide reel in Hidden Gorge that shows an explosion blowing a hole in the side of the stranger. We watched this slide reel, and I watched it back because I was just reviewing the ones we had seen off stream. I was so convinced that there was like a ghost or one of the owl people's visions, because you get that blue-green color and it looks like something's coming out of the hole, the explosion, and it's got that tower, which I thought it was a tower with like the lantern and they had lit it up with their soul like some of the other things. I went back and watched the timestamps and was like, I don't know where I saw an owl person. There's no antlers, there's nothing. So we don't need to confirm or deny, but looking at the thing it actually tells me about the vision, I'm like, okay, maybe I don't want to be so definitive in when I'm streaming and saying it's this, because I think it's this. It looks like this. You bit off on that too, Ta. It's because it's completely valid because every other slide reel has been, so it seems, thus far, has been owl people, and has had like their ghosts and their visions and all this fun, cool spirit world type stuff, but I just wanted to start off with that because that was so far the biggest like off-stream epiphany I had. we have some goals with my notes today, so I'll read those as well as what I want to do first. I think she would love it or not, who knows. Oh, I saw your question, Sammy. Sorry. I've not played Hades. I was hoping to try it off stream someday and play it like on the Switch and chill on the couch and test it out. I don't know, like it's a lot of kind of grindy fighting and you do a lot of loops. I have had some of it spoiled for me because I just love the art and the characters. I would be most interested in meeting everyone and progressing all of the relationships with everybody. Hades, yeah, it looks so cool. It wouldn't be something I would stream, but it would be something I would definitely try someday. Okay, and then the last thing before we lift off, my notes are, I want to go to the Ghost Matter building and the lowlands, which is kind of that first area when you get out in the raft, and it floods quickly. So you have to get there quick before the dam bursts, and then everything disappears. I have a couple of other notes of places that we were not able to gain access to, one of them being that observation deck in the canyon area, and then the lowlands sleepy zone. We haven't been able to do much. Chuck. I like Hades a normal amount. Are you Quantum Moon because, hey wait, where'd you go? Oh my god. With that, let's do some flying. Let's pilot our ship. 3, 2, 1, blast off. I don't have any... Oh, I didn't mark the thing. Well, let's see if we have our lock on. We don't, so we'll have to fix that anyways. I can't land without my match velocity button. Can we just do this from here? No. Yeah, we can if I hold it correctly. Are we good now? Okay. We need to go through this to fix the controls. Oops. Default. Cycle through. Cycle through. Default. Okay, hopefully that fixes it. I always forget that you have to remark this every time you start a new day, a new, like, stream. Okay, let's test it again. 3, 2, 1, blast off. Nice. I don't think this is a good loop to go to the lowland sleepy zone. But, we can go to the lowlands and see what we see before the dam breaks. Interesting start. I feel like it's always a little bit of a bumpy start because of that bug. And the fact that I forget. I'm a new HUD user. So, I bet if you used it for all of the base game, then you don't forget that you have to reset it every time you go to the main menu. Didn't make it all the way through last VOD. Did you decide to turn down spooks? Not yet. We still have not turned on reduce fright setting. I feel like I just continue to say, we'll see, we'll see. It has been challenging, but I'm enjoying, I need to relax and enjoy just going through the sleepy zone and all the scary stuff slowly. Like, there's no rush, but I feel like having reduced frights would allow me to go through there a little quicker. I don't know. Trav, hello, welcome in. Thanks for the human hello.
This is a job for a human. One who's tough, but also
Spin this way.
and has a big heart.
Wooden, thank you so much for the 128 bits. Thank you for cheering for humanity. I appreciate it. Enjoy that good place alert. Happy time zone indeed. First loop of the day. Warming up, flying, trying not to bonk into the ceiling of stuff. That'll do. That'll do. One of these loops may maybe like force me to sit with this door and figure out a better way than my current method, which is do a bunch of half spins in a row and eventually we get there. Oh, back on the raft. Let's do this. We're gonna go up here. First loop of the day. Lowlands. There is, I think, a slide reel here that I've missed because of the flooding multiple times in a row. I think I need to go grab a lamp, like, immediately. But I also... I think it's in this building is where the projector is. Yep. I don't know where the slide reel is, but we can bring a lamp over to the projector. If there's another non-broken lamp right in front of my face, I will have such a good laugh. Trav, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. I hope you have an excellent Friday and an excellent time zone, and it's always good to see ya. Oh, have we gone... Yes, we have gone to the basement of that building at least one time. I wonder what happens to the projector when it goes underwater. There's also this door, but this should just go out onto that, like, porch, right? This patio thing? Yeah. Slide reel, where are ya? There you are. That's not too far away. We haven't, I don't think, been able to do this one. Well, I haven't done it yet because I never realized the, how the things worked, how the lamps worked. So this is the Saturn-looking slide reel. Ringed planet. I'm writing notes. Slide reel. You see the eye? I'm watching with one eye today. I'll switch to lurk as soon as I see something. I have it! Oh my gosh, wooden. That looks like... What symbol is that in the center there? Is it a symbol? Is it maybe the quantum moon? I don't know. Oh. What is the outline shape there? It's sending its signal to the ringed planet, which we think is in the solar system of the owl people, because we can always see it in the sky when we're there. Here's their planet. Seeing it lights this flame. Is this the scanning thing that we saw earlier? It goes in their eyes. We get another vision of the eye. Another concerned, scared look. Everybody come see. Or maybe not scared, maybe just like, whoa, what did I just witness? Everybody check it out. They can see the eye and our sun. We're pointing. We're putting our hands up towards it. Burned real. Everyone and their mom's playing Dread. I can't play until later this weekend. I feel you, Povo. You've got this. You can be strong. Onion of your business. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for supporting a fellow human. I like the username. Welcome in. Here's the ringed planet. This is them, looks like building and setting up the stranger. Powering it on. There's the green things. And heading over. This is cool. We missed this one for a long time. Weird. So it looks like they are going towards the eye, not towards our solar system. I mean, based on this, they're way closer to the eye than they are to our sun. There's also another slide reel I re-watched that I had questions about. Okay, so I'm gonna do brief abridged notes. I sends out signal. Owl people scan from their planet / solar system. This flame thing is so wild. I don't understand how it works, what it's supposed to mean yet. They get a vision of the eye. They build. Stranger is what it looks like. And then fly over to the eye. Okay. Weird. Ship log updated. Thank you, thank you. This is probably gonna flood in here pretty soon. There's another slide reel with a vision, the one where they scan the eye. Ooh, there are two in here. This is the third lock. They scan, or the first lock. They scan the eye, and then I thought they were seeing a vision of our sun exploding, but I think it's something else. Burnt stuff. Let me take a new page of notes for this. First vault lock slide reel. We don't know what's in there. This just looks like emptiness inside. Before that, we can't see anything. What do you call the aliens who came aboard the stranger? Owl people? Oh, we've seen this. We've looked at the little vision thing that comes out of there that one time. That was the Hull breach vision. No, it wasn't. The Hull breach vision was in the tower, around back of the tower that one time we were in the sleepy zone. Okay, here comes one of the people. They light a flame. It initiates the first lock. There's really not much else to it. First lock appears. Okay. Couldn't resist calling them bird persons in my head. I've said that a little bit. Yeah, maybe one time, 2 times. Soul Flavor, how's it going? That almost sounds like set up to a joke. It kind of does, yeah. Alright, so that's 2 slide reels we hadn't seen yet, which is nice. We never came back here. I was real slow at figuring out the lanterns in the beginning. Okay. Let's see what else there is to see, perhaps in this area. Oops. Before the flood. I always feel like there's gonna be more buildings than there are. It always looks like there's a bunch, but there's really just this projector building, the round building with the paintings and the you know, fire in the basement, and then this thing, which there was just a broken lantern in here, is all it looks like. Oh, is this some kind of chess game? That's cool. And this covered bridge. I always think the covered bridges are separate buildings with stuff inside. Doing okay, trying to relax after progress on some projects? Nice. That always feels good. You deserve to kick back and chill after getting stuff done. I feel pretty good today. Thanks for asking. I'm ready to continue exploring, although I'm nervous. I want to get through so much and see so much. Time will tell how far we get. Keep trying to play bird chess, but the rules keep flying away from me. Genuinely don't know. I just heard them being called elks. Oh, you've heard some different names people have for them? Yeah. I think this is actually the Ghost Matter building over here. We're safe to go through this little hole. This is where we had a roof death the last time we were here. You can't jump on the roof here. Oh, can I pick this up? No, it appears I cannot. Ooh, I didn't check to see how much ghost matter was in this room before I jumped right in. Oops. Oh my god, it's right next to me. Can I use this artifact? Oh, these are ones that don't have the spiky things on them. There is one on that table over there, though. That's useful. We can now do more stuff in the sleepy zone in this area, because that means there's an artifact in here that we have access to. That is good news. Very cool. Is that all that's in here? I don't think I can use my scout while I'm holding this, though. But I'm pretty sure that's all that's in here. Oh, we can go in the water. The water is usually a good way to stay safe from ghost matter. Oh, I did not think we would go that high. That startled me. Okay. That was an important bit of progress. I don't remember which one of these. It's usually the one with the planet, right? Yep. Do we bother going here? I guess we can just sprint through and see what we see, and then we can come back here exactly at the beginning of next loop. Oh, this area is so scary. And we don't have much time because of the flood. Let's remember how to focus and conceal. Oh, there's some nice candles for us. Candles, please. Give me power. Give me courage. Is this one of the ones that had an alarm? I can't remember. Oh, that's the flood. Every time it startles me. Woof. What did this do? Give us that staircase, maybe? Okay, well. That was something. I don't think we had... I'm not sure if we had a ship log update, but we'll find out. Now what do we do with the... What do we do with the rest of this loop? Get on a boat? What else was on my list? I feel like we did all the things on my list in one loop. Let me check my notes. Ghost matter building. Oh, we could try to go back to the observation deck, maybe? But that's it. Okay. We haven't gone on the raft through this, through much of the Stranger at all post-flood. I feel like after the flood we always end up on land somewhere. What's over here? Anything? Or is this just a dead end? It goes through here, right? Nope, it is just a dead end. Okay, well. Now we know. Show list? Oh, I can read it to you. I read it at the beginning of stream. I don't have map cam or notes cam set up today. Maybe next time. How long does each loop last, assuming you don't die or otherwise get reset? 22 minutes. Do I want to be over here? I think I want to go... Oops, I think I wanted to go this way. Oh well. There's also a vision that we saw of, like, an entrance beneath a bunch of, tree roots? I don't know that we've seen that building yet with the tree roots. Can we go that way? No. We might have missed our opportunity to get back to the canyon. So interesting. That's where the building with the burning slide reel symbol is. Oops, don't hit the rock. more hitting the rock. It's fine. And now the current gets absolutely wild, so if we want to jump out here and avoid that, we should make a plan. I guess we're going over here. Is there anything on this little shore? Doesn't look like it. There's the big green window. Canyon, exactly. I don't know if I want to do anything else this loop, but we've got the artifact. I feel like we should do something. We can go in here. Right? Even though it's post-flood, we can still go in here. I'm pretty sure this area is relatively small. I think there was a vision we saw here. Or we can do it again. We could stand a refresher. So there's a big elevator. And this one is called some underground lake or something like that. I feel like we want to try not to light candles for certain things if we can. Because we learned... Yeah, this alarm is gonna go off. But it's still, there's this giant light here that's gonna cast a shadow on us and the alarm's gonna go off, right? Yeah. And we can't swim. So how do we get across something like that? I see that there's boats. Candles. I don't know how to use these yet. I mean, I know how to turn the dials. But I don't know what we're supposed to do with them yet. And then, one of these areas we saw like a vision or something. Oh, this is where we saw it. So many bike locks. That shows them. Tower. Yeah, we've been in there. Oh, this is... Okay, we haven't been able to figure this out yet. When you go to the top floor, they point, they walk away, they grab a lantern, they tell us the way here. And then the lights go out, but we've never seen these lights go out. Here, let me make a note. Vision in... We'll call this the Vault Sleepy Zone. This is like the underground lake area. Top floor of tower. Turn out lights. I don't know how. This has the symbol. I should start memorizing the different symbols for the different locks. This is, I believe, the topmost lock. Ooh, there's a scream happening. I don't know why. Oh, we could memorize it right now. It's got 1, 2, 3 though, so that's pretty easy. Like one small top circle, and then 2, and then the try thing. Maybe they have a clapper. Oh no. Oh, there's our music. Wherever the light switch is, it is super inconvenient. I would not enjoy living there. Yeah. Oh. Wish there was a way for us to go under the bridge to avoid the alarm. We could experiment with how much time we have to run across. I don't think you have any time to run across. It like slows you down as the bell starts ringing. There is no sprinting. Thank you, mods. Thank you, thank you. Onion, just be careful on leading questions or things that maybe would give something away. I don't want any game information being on the safe side. Yeah, thank you. It's nothing personal. It's just playing it safe, even if it is just speculation. All right, next loop. It takes so long to get the reset after the song. Do you have a green fire emote? No, I wish. I finally finished, Willie. Hi. How'd you like it? Oh my gosh. We're just getting like little tidbits. Little bits and pieces. Where do we want to go next? It's great, I got so much depth to it. Heck yes. Time for a mallow. Loop 32, I think. I'm enjoying it so far. I feel much better today than I did the first couple of days with the sleepy zone. It was so scary. I still feel like I haven't seen the thing that we need reduced frights for, which has me so nervous. But, we shall see. Okay, so I will read you my list again from what I wanted to do at the beginning of stream, which we already did, and then we'll go through our ship log. My notes that I wanted to start with for stream today were the Ghost Matter building, which we went back to and found the artifact. Go to the lowlands before the flood, which we did, and we found 2 new slide reels we hadn't seen yet. I wrote about how the vision of the explosion and the light in the cloaking system going out was not a ghost, but I thought it was a ghost, but I think it's just an explosion and that's it. And then I wrote about the observation deck in the canyon that we could try going back there. And I wanted to go back to the lowland sleepy zone, which we did, but we should go there right away this loop because we kind of took our time getting there last loop. And that's all. That's the list I had at the start of stream. I found several ornate metal artifacts inside a workshop surrounded by ghost matter. A slide reel that shows the origin of the stranger and its inhabitants. Several slides have been burned and cannot be viewed. I wonder if there's a place we can take slide reels to repair the burns. Sealed vault. A slide reel from the river lowlands showed a strange vault being closed and sealed with chains and a glowing symbol. Subterranean lake, not underground lake, but, you know, same thing. I discovered a vast subterranean lake beneath the submerged structure. The sealed vault is resting on the shore of the lake. There are 3 interfaces, each marked with one of the 3 symbols from the vault. I rotated the mechanism in front of the vault, causing it to strain against the chains holding it shut. Moments later, rays of green light spilled out of the vault. A solid list of notes, yeah. Oh, thanks, Willie. We're writing a lot down this time. I don't feel like the ship log keeps everything in it that I want to know. 3, 2, 1, blast off. Movie Miles, welcome in. How's it going? Whee! Doing great. How are you, friends? Doing pretty good. I feel like we've had a good start to our loops today. Shiplog is like, you want me to describe the entire slide of 20 pictures? How about 1 sentence summary? Yeah, how about 1 picture of the first slide and that's it. That's all you get. I need more detail. I thought I would remember it better, but... Miles, thank you for the 6 months. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back to the human race. Enjoy your Earth badge, your emotes, your ad-free viewing, your brand new 6-month Earth badge. Appreciate it. Okay, focus, Jen, focus. I wonder if this might be new meaning behind brother. May I have some loops? Yeah. Okay, there. We got this. Going in. A little fast. Now we're fine. I quit streaming, so I left Koala behind. Oh my gosh, sneaky. I like it. No one knows who I am because I changed my name today. Yeah. You're putting streamers in that spot of like, do I ask what if you got a new name? But then what if it's not and I just forgot your name? Oh, hi, Miles. I never got to say Bee and Puppy Cat's my second favorite show. Oh, I'm glad you like the alerts. Bee and Puppy Cat is so special. It's such a lovely little show. I wish that they would do another go at it, another season. It's so well loved. Oops. Okay, well, my method didn't work. I'm gonna be in this room with this door for a while. So close. There we go. Shiplog slide recording update when? Yeah. Saving money because I want to legally change to Miles. Oh, cool. Heck yeah. That's a big process for sure definitely a pain in the butt, so good luck to you. I hope it goes smoothly. I do that all the time. I don't even stream just crap with names. Ooh, hang on, Jen. Focus, 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 focus. Having a bit of a bumpy ride this loop. Oh, I wonder if I should take this raft further or if this is the best place for us to dock. This is probably fine, right? I feel like I'm a little turned around. Yeah, because it's... No, not further. It's all the way over here. There is another place to dock, but I don't know how I would get to it. Focus pocus. Exactly, Magus. Don't have legit good reason in Germany you can't change your name. Yeah. Jack's Lantern, hi, welcome. Thanks for the dread reminder. I figured I'd put it in the title today just in case anyone was curious when we're starting, since it just came out. And I'm pumped. There's one in here, too. There's so many artifacts in here. Okay, bye. Pratt, thank you for the lurk. I just bought Far Cry 6 and now Dread is out. There's so many games out. It's a little hard to keep up with. Let's see if we can get a little bit more done since we have an earlier start on this room. Whew. Let's see how scary it is this time. Forever scary. What's up here? Oh, should we go light that other thing first? This reminds me of Mist, but with a darker tone. Very much Mist vibes. This doesn't... I feel like this doesn't do anything, except for light a bunch of candles. What if we're supposed to look at it from the other side? I don't know. Maybe I didn't want to light those candles. All the open world exploration with puzzling, yeah. Salamandric, welcome in. Chair. Okay, well... Shoot. I guess we'll light some of these candles. But, I don't know how to get down there. Maybe we go around... Well... These doors have me so puzzled. Let's go through here.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
So many Mist vibes. The sound of elevator chains clacking has unlocked something deep in my subconscious. I love it. Mystical, Mistonian. Thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. And welcome in. Oh, almost walked off the edge into the water. Wouldn't have been the first time. Cannot see very much at all. Can we make any of these jumps? Here's a rock. Can we cross over on this rock? We don't need to. Where do I go? Everything is scary. What the heck? This is all just the other part of the island that I was looking for, right? Or looking at? I feel like the candles are there for me to follow, but I keep going astray of the candles because there's too much to look at. I'm gonna look at everything. Oh, I can extinguish this one. Oh. Why would I? I don't know, we just did though. Can I get up here? Not without my jetpack. Tell me there's like a staircase over here. Oh. There is. Oh my god. Can I just jump back down now? Yeah. It's fine. I think there was a better way to do that. Does this take us back to the other starting zone? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, there's a flame over there. Oh god. One of them's walking around. They went through that door. There's like weird music. How is this not a horror game? It is officially a horror game. Why are we singing? Look at them all crossing into that building. What else is over here? I don't think they're attacking me, so I can hang out for a minute. We still haven't hit the dam breaking. Next time I'm gonna have to like sprint through here. Wow, weird. Emerald, hi, welcome. Been watching you play Super Metroid. Nice, thanks for watching. We are starting Dread next week if you're interested. But I'm trying to get through Echoes of the Eye before then. Are you playing Dread? Ooh, here's one of these hand things. Oh, there's the dam breaking. Okay, so we're out of time. Can we walk right up to these owl people and say hi? This is so weird. Oh, there's the screams, and we saw like some lights happening just as we heard the screams. That's the most I feel like we've been able to do in the sleepy zone so far. Was this all from the lowlands area? Yeah. Are we stuck in here now? There we go. It's like we've escaped from this one before. Why not sing? Are you telling them not to express themselves? Fair enough. They're allowed to sing. Ooh, that was a lot. Okay. T-Mux, hi, welcome. It's good to see you. Oh my goodness. This was... Let's take some notes. Lowland Sleepy Zone. Basically, sprint to like that elevated area and light. There was a bridge that we could light. And then we run across and start seeing owl people walking around. And then there's a bunch more to explore. Between revival of Mistlike and 90s retro FPSs, I feel like a kid again. Yeah. It is so dark in there. I know. I wish it wasn't so dark in there. There's more to explore here for sure. It's so weird not having our jetpack. When we're in the sleepy zone. I also want to know more of what's going on with this dang cloaking panel situation. I feel like we've continued to try to parkour up these rocks though, and I don't remember which path works to get up here, if any. Pretty tune. Yeah, the song is actually kind of cool once you get over the fact that there's ghosts walking around. Or so it appears. Oh, look. It's kind of neat. Getting up close and personal with the cloaking device. Weird. So strange looking. You can see 1, 2, 3 of those light things. Those lantern-looking things from here. I don't know if we would be able to see more of them if we could get further up or something like that. Okay. I'm just gonna... You're entitled to your opinion, but don't go watch a stream playing that game if you don't like the way the game looks. It's really easy. Watch a different game. Bye! Haven't played this game, might be a huge fan. It's really interesting, and the mystery is cool, although incredibly aggravating at times. Ever put your eye up to the TV screen as a kid? Yeah, that's exactly what we're seeing here. Playing this before bed and that tune played in my dream. I've definitely been dreaming about this game because I'm always thinking about, like, what are we gonna do next loop? And then it bleeds over into my sleep. Got to write my first press release for work. Oh, that's awesome. Good luck, Antiple. Have a good lurk. Hope you get some good work done. It really does look like that, yeah. Oh, interesting. There's a light that corresponds with the vault area, and there's a light that corresponds with well, that's just a dock. I guess that's the canyon area. Is there a light right here? Yeah. It doesn't appear to correspond with anything. With maybe this building? With the Eye of the Universe building? perhaps? I could be making this up. It just looks like they kind of match with structures along the edges of the ring almost. We can go grab some fuel from this building down here if we want to. Fascinating stuff. Oh, there's one right here too. I don't know what I'm trying to do, just get a better look at everything. I just love the concept of a centrifugal place to explore. It blew my mind when I first saw the ringed landscape. I could not, like, fathom the ringed landscape at first. I feel like I had to go read about it and it told me it was a ringed landscape, and then I went, oh, that's what it is. But just the fact that you open up the doors and fall into the water on a raft blew my mind. It's like, how in the world is this happening? Have we ever visited this building before the flood? Yes, we have. I don't know if we've seen everything we need to see, but we've definitely been here before. That must have been one heck of an undertaking constructing something like that. Yeah. Oh, does this building have an upstairs? No. Maybe at one point it did, but it seems like there's nothing we can stand on up there. There goes the tower, which means that's the song about to play. I don't think we can get on the roof of this building either, right? No, we can. There's nothing up here, though. Alright, we got a lot done. Imagine exploring a Dyson sphere would be interesting too. The fact these types of ships can very well exist is so cool. We should look at the other side of the cloaking device, but it doesn't have as many things to look at. It doesn't have the green panels. I wonder... I wish we could see the stranger on the map from inside of the stranger at different points in the loop. It seems like we're a lot farther away from the sun than we were before, but that could be completely... that could be nothing. I don't know. I would have to be outside of the stranger to see our relative distance from the sun. It's always so weird when you can't input controls anymore. I wonder if any civilization now or in the past has ever built a Dyson sphere or swarm. I don't know. I don't know much about Dyson spheres. What makes them special? Have you played the base game? Hi, Isabella. Welcome in. I have played the base game, yes. I finished it back in May, although I don't have the archaeologist achievement. Or I didn't get it. I don't know. I think the achievements have changed, but I don't know exactly how yet. And I want to leave it a surprise, too. Thanks for the loop. Thanks for the mallow. Hi, Slate. How's it going? Let's go read our ship log. Remind me at least once during today's stream to hang out in Timber Hearth for a little bit, because it's always refreshing when we take a break and just chill with the Hearthians. Okay, Shrouded Woodlands. We saw a lot more of this area than before. A Dyson sphere is a globe built around a star to capture all of its energy output. Cool. I have a tough enough time understanding my Dyson vacuum platform. How's it going? In short, a Dyson sphere is like taking a sun and just surrounding it with solar panels in every direction. Huh. A dense forest along the banks of a river. I hear music coming from a candlelit building across the water. I found a covered bridge leading into the darkest part of the forest. And then we woke up. And then we flooded. And woke up. That's accurate to say. There's more to explore. Oh, Starlit Cove is the one with the alarms that prevent us from going down in this well. Okay. Yeah, let's go back to the woodlands, I guess. They're able to not only harness the entirety of a system's solar energy, but a sphere would be able to accommodate billions or trillions of souls. Its internal surface area is so large. I don't think I've ever heard of that before, actually. Or maybe heard the word, but never had it explained. 3, 2, 1, blast off. Hello, sun. I don't know that this is any further away at the end. The sun's probably just in its phase where it's like real small and condensed and cold, right? It seemed like Giant's Deep was further away, but that's probably just because it's at a different spot in its orbit. I'm not gonna worry about it yet too much. Primarily learned about them from Star Trek. Oh, okay. Maybe I'll end up learning about them more someday too. If anyone wants to learn more about stuff like Dyson spheres, I recommend Isaac Arthur's YouTube channel. Yeah, I'm interested. Need a few planets worth of material to build even a tiny one.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Okay,
yes.
Here we go. Thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. Welcome in. Thanks, Isabella. Ooh, got disoriented for a second there. I'm still so curious about the inside of this structure here. I wish it were easier to explore in here, but it was so tricky for me to get around. I couldn't get a grasp on it. Love Isaac Arthur. Isaac Arthur's an amazing resource for stuff like that. Nice. I feel like this is a community that would be very enthusiastic about that kind of thing. He's a sweet guy too. Interesting is a spherical shell has a net zero gravitational pull on the objects inside it, so the inside of a stationary Dyson sphere wouldn't really have gravity. Huh. I wonder if you can just hop out of your raft, like right there, and jump over that low part of the wall to go even faster? Probably. Actually how the zero-G Cape and Timber Hearth works. Yeah, because it's in the center like that. Pretty neat. Ooh, don't take damage, Jen, because you're trying to get to the artifact too fast. Isaac talks about very advanced civilization technologies, late universe speculation. Speculative, gotcha. That's very cool. Oop. Wasn't sure if I landed at a good spot. This area makes me nervous. Oop. I'm sure plenty of deaths have happened there as well. Just trying to get the artifact in a hurry. It's fine. Everything's fine. I feel like there's so many parts of this game that I want to get so, did I pull out the wrong ones? Did I put them too close? Probably. Yeah. That I want to get so fast at. I didn't feel like that about the base game as much, where I was rushing for so many areas. I felt like there were a couple areas where you really wanted to get there fast. But this one is just constant, like, I need more time, I need more time, I need more time. Okay. What's the earliest? I almost want to say earliest instance on Star Trek about Dyson Spheres is season 6. I'm not to season 6 yet. I don't think. I think I'm in season 4 or 5 still, right? It's the only episode with Dyson Sphere that I know of. I feel like rushing in the initial setup. Yes. And like having to remember, I wonder how many people did hand-drawn maps of the Sleepy Zone. I don't need that, just to feel like they had enough time of not going 2 steps and then lighting the thing and slowing down, and 2 more steps and lighting the thing and slowing down. It's a whole arc in Voyager about them. I have so much catching up to do. Oh god. See, now I'm rushing, but it's not to my benefit, right? Because I'm just gonna go down the wrong path if I rush. What was that noise? Ugh. Yeah, wait. You do have to go back behind here. Oh, I already messed it up. How did we do this before? There's like a bridge over here somewhere, a little path to get across, right? Here it is. It's past these candles. Oh, it's behind you where the little thing is to light up. Okay, well, I'll remember that next time. Fine. I don't like this part. I wish it was brighter. I feel like I have no idea where I am because it's so dang dark. I'm not even that scared anymore. It's just a matter of being like, I'm gonna run out of time. Constantly. Okay, here we go. Concentrating, concentrating, concentrating. Do we dare jump down this again? Oh, here we go. I was like, there were steps at some point to come down there without taking damage. Edsta, hi, welcome in. It's advanced darkness. It's very scary darkness. I'm gonna light as many of the candles as I can. Is this the deepest, darkest part of the woods? Ooh, a hand. Okay, we've been here before. But this is a stairway going down. Okay. Yeah. We're doing good. We're doing good. More music about to come? How close to these can I get? Do I follow you? What happens if I light up? Do you accept me as part of this crew walking to a thing? Is it gonna turn around and spook me? I think we're gonna get this scream soon. I think it's gonna come from these characters. Owl people EDM? Oh my gosh. If I walk with you, does the alarm not go off, or does it still go off because I'm not one of you? I can't believe we can get this close. I'm just inching along. Everything is fine. It almost looks like the character itself is a shadow. It's getting louder. Okay, I got too close. Oh my god. Oh, it shows the teeth because it's like going to blow out your lantern, not because it's gonna eat you. I thought it was gonna eat me. You're such a creepy stalker. I got way too close. So if they catch you, they'll blow out your light. And I think if they catch you, because we're not an owl person, that's when it's like intruder, alarm, alarm, alarm. That's so much. That's so intense. Alright, let's get out of here. Got startled there. I'm assuming that's the reduce fright thing then? Do I want to confirm that? You're not an owl person. No. Sadly. They're pretty cool, although I don't know much about them yet. Turarao, welcome in. How's it going? Much less intimidating when they're alive. Corpses are just... Ooh. Yeah, let's go stand directly below the dam. It seems like it's a fine idea. That's what this little arch is for, right? To protect us. What's over here? Let me in, let me in, let me in! No amount of jetpack would keep me in that position. I think so many times I've been by that spot and thought, huh, that's an interesting rock arch, and never looked anywhere else in that general vicinity. Damn, the dam broke. Yep. I knew we were short on time, but it was worth walking up that direction. Arizbet, welcome in. I didn't see the message, but please be mindful. These are all rhetorical questions. I don't want any hints or tips or gameplay information. I'm trying to figure it out all on my own. So feel free to hang out. It's nothing personal. I'm pretty stubborn about what I do and don't want for gameplay tips, so. And thanks for respecting that. Ooh, ooh, ooh. That was a cool jump we did there. I don't think we're gonna be able to see it though, because of this current still being pretty intense. Oh, it's okay. No, you're good, you're good. I'm still on the fence about how much I want to know about the reduced fright setting, so if you could wait until later, I'd appreciate it. And then eventually we'll talk about what it does or doesn't do, but you're good. It's kind of crazy just what you'll find. Ooh, hang on. So we can do this. The current's not unfightable, just the initial. Oh, this is stuck though? The initial bursting of it is too strong. I feel like it's jammed. Maybe we can try again once there's not a lot of water right on the other side of it, because that's probably, you know, there's some pressure preventing a door from opening if it were to open. But I feel like we hit it in time for it to have opened right before the water came through. I don't know. When you finally decide to investigate an area further in exploration games, yeah. Definitely. That one is so... It feels so tiny and hidden away. They don't make it obvious that this is an area you're supposed to go, except for that stone arch. I feel like that's there as kind of a, huh, this is a weird area. Can I get up there? I don't think so. It's jammed. You could try bringing some butter and solving it with toast. Thanks, Old Flamer. Next time, next time. Huh. So now, do we investigate that door further, or do we go back to the owl people? I feel like we go back to the owl people again. And try to not get caught. Was the first time the owl got you? Yes! Yes, that was the first time we were in that section, and the first time an owl person blew out our lamp. We're brave following so close. We've gotten this far, like, not having anything terribly scary happen to me in the sleepy zone, so I feel like I've gotten way braver than is warranted. I didn't know what would happen. I was like, yeah, we can just hang out. We can be friends. We missed an owl catch. Yeah, my first one. Oh, is that a Spaceballs line with the jam? I see, I see. I wanna know what's inside these holes in the trees. Spaceballs a movie night. We should all. How well is Spaceballs aged? Let's all watch it sometime. Fuel level critical. Okay, okay. We've been over on this platform. I remember going over there at some point. I don't really feel like jumping into the water without a raft. They jam their radar by flinging a jar of jam at the satellite dish. Uh-huh. Makes perfect sense. Alright, I feel like we're gonna meditate because kind of at a loss what to do with the rest of this one, so yeah, let's do it. Definitely not a waste of a loop, just ended sooner than we would have liked. We woke up sooner than we would have liked. What an interesting power they have. The owl people. To be able to walk around and have this village in their dreams. I don't know how to explain it. The Hedwig cosplayers. Mallow. Hi, Slate. The physical gags and Spaceballs are chef's kiss. Mel Brooks is a god of comedic timing. Did we add to this? No. It doesn't appear that we did. I didn't see a notice, but that doesn't mean we didn't add to the ship's log. 3, 2, 1, blast off! Time goes by so fast when we stream this game. I think it has something to do with the loops too, because it's broken up into chunks. Really lined up correctly here, but it's about to be just fine. This way? There we go. Airplane is so good. I watched that again last year. I haven't seen Airplane in a really, really long time. I should probably rewatch that one too, huh? Another perfect landing. That was a pretty good landing, if I do say so myself. That was one I can be proud of. I didn't kerplunk it onto the ground. I actually... Oops. Let it be graceful until the last moment. Maybe this time we can try to do parkour over that low part in the wall. Okay, but first don't hit this wall, perhaps. It goes pretty fast. I know it looks like you can jump over there, but I don't know what's on the other side. What if you go to the other side and immediately get crushed into the rocks by the current? Sorry, Harthian. We're trying to go fast. I'm sorry. Smack. I always forget the safe spot to do this though. I don't want to like mess up this jump. Bonk. Yep. Could watch it a dozen times and discover new gags. Sleepy Zone entrance speedrun. I know we're getting pretty good at this part. I like to think we're getting pretty good at this part. But it's so much every time. It's so involved. Time for a little nap. Now, I have to be more cautious this time. We can't just hang out and try to be friends with the owl people. They don't like it. They're not our friends after all, sadly. I just want us to be, you know, we're trying to establish diplomacy between the Hearthians and the owl people, but they're not into it, so. Where are the candles that we crave? No, I think I was going the right way. Maybe playing tag is how they do diplomacy. Maybe. Here we go. This isn't did I go in a circle? I went in a circle. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. We go left-ish when we cross through there. Okay. Don't go up there. The language barrier is a shame, perhaps offer a fish. Yeah. I feel like I almost fell in the water there for a second. Here's our staircase. If I were the owl people, I'd be scared of you too. An alien following them in the dark. No, we're not scary. It's totally fine. Oh, yeah, I guess I get it. So then we need to figure out exactly when this kicks in. The music's already started here. And last time I just like rushed forward down the stairs. I don't know exactly how to get to where I want to go though. Oh, that's so creepy. Oh, here we go. This is promising, right? What a jam. A four-eyed, 4-foot-tall alien would be horrifying indeed. I feel like the Hearthians are pretty cute. There's a quicker way to get across here with this hand, maybe. I wish we could figure that out. Okay, here they are. We gotta fall in line, but not so close that we try to be best friends. How? Oh man, this is so scary. I hate it. Now that we know the danger, it's not that it's super scary, I just feel like the constant like resetting. How many times over am I gonna have to do it? When isn't there gonna be another one coming? No? Did I lose my chance? Oh. I don't know. I don't know. I'm scared. Here we go. Let's go this way then. Okay. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Where did you go? I can't see you. Ooh, okay. Alright. Spooks are still on. Hey, Ghost, welcome. We had our first, owl capture. I got way too close. I went right up behind it and tapped it on the shoulder. I feel like we've gotten through the worst of it because... Oh god. The anticipation of like not knowing when we would get to the scary bits was so incredibly bad. Oh, it's loud. I'm afraid I'm gonna like miss the staircase because I can't see. There we go. Holy. They're gonna see me, so I gotta run, run, run. Oh shit. What do I do? They're all over the place. What the hell? You just go up into this room? Like, what else are we supposed to do? There's nowhere else for you to go at that point. She forgot she was a Harthian and not a dog and was right up in the... Yeah, we were right behind it. But what do you do? So you have to go all that way. And then you get to that room and everyone is just there staring at you. It's not like you're invisible. There's lights all around that have to be casting a shadow, right? So maybe we're not supposed to go in that room. Maybe after it turns in the door, we're supposed to go like straight and there's a window we can look through or something. Alright. Let's go see if we can get that room again. But I feel like we're in the same... We're even farther than last time as far as the flood goes, so we're probably not going to be able to get it. It's up there. I feel like this game makes me mad for the same reason that the base game made me mad. At times, I love the base game, but like they make you do these long ass sequences and then you have to redo the entire thing over again, the next loop. Only this one's even longer than the ones in the base game. This is curious. Oh, is this gonna take us? Oh, can we see the light that went out this time? Okay, cool. Can we take one of their ships? Also, what is that noise? I'm assuming we can go for a walk out here. This is the side with the green stuff. Is there... water's not gonna come in because we blocked it. I wanna go... I wanna try flying your ships. Justified in your feelings? That sequence is so long. I feel so accomplished for getting as far as I did, and then you get to the end of it and you're like, oh, I have to do it again. But that's why, again, like I said, the base game was frustrating too. But worth it. for the payoff, of course. It's just, you know, once you've beaten it, you're like blind to the fact that it was so rough getting there. Especially without, I mean, especially without hints, without spoilers. The owl people look cool. I don't like how they're everywhere, but they seem kind of chill. How would we ever... I don't know how much time we have left, but... I want to go inside of these ships. I wonder if it added to our log when we came over here? And also, how much fuel do we have if we want to go, like, tinker around out here? Well, we've got some amount of fuel. Is this gonna spit us back out into the solar system if I go too far? I wish there was like an easier way to explore in here. I feel like we can fly through to this side with our ship. There's gotta be another way, right? But do we need to? Maybe. Oh, I should use Scout out here. Let me put down this artifact. Ooh. There we go. Whee! Oh, I know, Edsta. I'm just, like, cluing you into my thought process. There's nothing to discuss, yeah, because that would be spoilers, but, that's my mid-playthrough impressions for ya. And, it's a little frustrating. But, you know, I'm not saying, like, good, bad, improvements, any of that either way. I'm just, that's the time I'm having with it. This looks like one of those raft pickup things, but they're using it for the ships, which is cool. I feel like the endings play a huge role in my overall perception of games and stories in general. Yeah. Most of the base game was flying to some part of the... Wait, let me read back. Are you saying Outer Wilds is not perfect in every conceivable way? Well, I didn't say that. I'm just saying how my time with it is, but this suffers from that more than base game because you have to go whitewater rafting every time. Well, and like, if you play this with the base game at the same time, it adds another place for you. I think that's going to be the better way for people. But when you do the whole base game and now you've got this bit left, you don't, there's nothing to like shake it up and do another loop doing something differently, right? That's all. It's fine. It's good. It's interesting. I think I'm also, you know, we just got woken up by the owl, so I'm still in a state of, man, I don't want to do that again. The disappointment is real. Why does it let you come out here? Okay, well. This is gonna be flooded when we go through. The water's gonna come pouring through. Maybe that'll do something cool. Oh, it's not gonna open because the water is gonna come pouring through. It's smarter than that. That's right, because we couldn't open it from the other side. We're stuck. And that is okay. Maybe we'll see something new, although we're out of oxygen. Yeah, that's still a thing. We still have the Celeste command. I love that one. Thanks for using those commands. Oh, Maggie, take care. I miss Maggie leaving. Have a good lurk. I appreciate you. Wish I could take Feldspar to the stranger. That would be amazing. I don't even know if this added to our log. I don't really want to end the loop running out of oxygen. I wonder if we would see something out here happening at the end of the loop. I said that already. Just fly out into the abyss. Goodbye, stranger. Bonk. We're just gonna get, like, swept by the arms of this thing around in a circle, right? Using oxygen as fuel. I just do not understand the inner workings of the rooms in the outside of the stranger. Like the entryway rooms. Sorry, Harthian. If you don't like the gasping noise, cover your ears. We had a gasp death. Yeah, that's what it looks like, Chozo, but I'm assuming there's more to it than just leading to another hangar. So strange. Maybe we can go... Maybe we can go there first. Serious for gasp. Oh, sorry, Harthian, sorry, I know. The worst death to listen to is when you get crushed by sand. That one is so brutal. The squish. Do not like. So what did we find out this time? Anything? I don't know if it added to the ship log. Bummer. Three, two, one, blast off. I have something I want to investigate. Oops. There we go. And I don't think it's going to take a whole loop, and I think it's going to be kind of annoying. So we'll do that, and then we'll probably take a quick stream break. I am going to go a little bit longer tonight. That's the plan, as long as we don't get incredibly stuck. So we'll take a couple breaks if we need to. Do a little stretch if we need to. All that good stuff. I think Ember is the worst planet. Yeah, that's your least fave. I prefer Bramble. Bramble is still my least favorite. Oops, we overshot by a decent amount. But now I think it's okay. Maybe not. We're like not lined up proper. I feel like I get more and more ambitious with my stranger entrance. Okay, what I wanted to test, oops, is actually not locking on. But I feel like you can see to the other side from here. Yeah, you can. Can you go through to the other side from here? Yeah, you can sneak around. Okay. Cool, cool. So this is where we just were. Is there a reason for that? And now are these the lights where we saw the... Is this where we're gonna see the power outage happen? Which one of them is it? This looks like where it's gonna happen. Can we plop down in the center here? Like a nice little landing spot? Look, it's perfect. But there's not a lot of gravity to hold us here. I wonder what happens, because this is when the green thing is gonna go off, right? We're gonna get squished in here when it activates. Something's gonna happen. Is it one of these lights that bursts? That explodes? I probably shouldn't get up close to it. This is so interesting. We're just gonna hang out here for a bit. Giant Steep is worst. Only planet that won't let you fly. The jetpack, there's like no jetpack powers. It's one of the ones in the outermost ring that explodes. We're just hanging out. Maybe we can launch the probe to get a better look at it. Ooh, you know what else I made a note of and I keep forgetting? Is that I need to use the signal scope for more things. I feel like there's more stuff to listen to, and I never remember to use it in the DLC. Oh, okay. I don't want to keep taking pictures. It's impacting my ability to roll and fly properly. There's like nothing for me to lock onto. Just lots of freeform 0G flying. It's great. And waiting to see the green stuff up close. It takes a bit to get to the power outage, to that like crackle. It's gonna be... Is the green stuff above us? It's gonna be something that like covers this area? I don't know. I'm just chilling. Wouldn't thank you. Thanks for the bloops. Oh, wait. Okay, hang on. I feel like I have a picture of which one this is relative to the entrance. So relative to the entrance, there's two of the spokes that are on either side of it, and then there's two across from it. I don't know. I'm not describing it here. This is what I drew from that one vision. So that'll help. Actually, we might be able to pin it down. I don't know if I'll be able to pin it down before the thing happens. So if I'm looking at it like this, it should be the one like almost immediately behind me. Not this one, but the next one over. Oop, this one right here. Okay, this is where we want to watch. Unless it's already exploded, it might be something that we can see previous to the power outage. I didn't really think of that. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I thought that those were like correlated. Interesting. Oop, Jen, your piloting skills are going all kinds of weird. Oh, there's green stuff. Unless it happened and we missed it? Because you won't hear the, like, crackle out here of the power outage? I don't know. Oh god, it's so dark! No, what the heck? Why is it so dark all of a sudden? I got very disoriented. It should be here, right? Oh my god. We get gravity? Weird. Is this gonna take us to that one room inside of the, oh, come on. No, 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 come on. Inside of the observation deck? This was a fire and it went out. Yeah, it is the observation deck room. What are these? You can look in at the fire. Oops. Wow. I want to go in there and look at whatever that vision is.
Yay!
Thanks for the yay! Ooh, there's a slide reel in here? Heck yes. I think we're close to a projector. And I don't think this area suffers from any damage with the flood. Ooh, look at all these artifacts. Except these are the ones without the pokey things. Which means you can't conceal and focus. Oh. You gotta have the pokey things to conceal and focus. The noise in here. Oh, we're gonna get sucked out. Okay. That's the dish. The Feather Boys get Disney out in space and they watch Owl House. How much time on DLC? This is probably our... I don't know, somewhere in like the 12 to 14 to 16 range. Because we did, well, 2 6-hour streams of it. And then today we're 2 hours in. But that's with chatting time and starting soon time and all that. $35 times 22, but not all my loops have been full 22-minute loops. We've done a fair amount of meditating. I want to open this door by use of the scout's light. I don't think we can get in there. At least, I don't know how yet. Let's go look at this thing. We looked in here too, right? And it's just more of the same. And there's pause time, yeah. So interesting. And that has a bell, an alarm bell above it as well. Are there any other symbols in here that are related to the vaults or anything like that? I don't think so. But now this door will be open and we can come back through it as long as I don't mess up my, with my flashlight. We're gonna need a lamp though. I'm not sure where the nearest one is in this area. Oh, but we can just, no, we're good. We can just take it, across and back and across and back if we need to. We've done that before. With something like this, there's time playing the game, time thinking about the game. Yes, exactly. I've done a fair amount of thinking about it off stream. I did rewatch my slide reels off stream. I didn't open the game, but I watched a little bit of the VOD, so that counts as like extra time. I just watched all the slide reels I had seen so far. I don't know when the dam is gonna break. I don't think we've done everything there is to do in the canyon sleepy zone yet. This tells us about how they make the lanterns, maybe. Tolas, hi, welcome. How's it going? Okay. Lantern. Hand. Let me take notes while we watch this. It's kind of creepy music playing.
The human race has an enduring desire for knowledge and for new opportunities to improve itself.
Tolas, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Thank you for cheering for humanity. Okay, lantern, slide, reel. We've got our notes. We'll call this a simple lantern. And grabs it. Goes in a little group. One of them goes in the first door. And you look in at your friend, the owl, nodding off, and waking back up. And it didn't work. Okay, so then they made... Oh, maybe this isn't the 3 rooms. Maybe this is just figuring out what works. Then they make another one with the circle ring thing. Then we don't know what happens. Okay. Not able to sleep and ignite flame. The next one, it's burnt. It's a burnt slide. Okay. You can see the room still. You can see the antlers and the room and the floor. And a bunch of, it's like an accident. Like there's a bunch of fire. This is the room where it burst. This is the room where we came in through the hole. That's what it maybe looks like. Accident? Maybe? There's some antlers. And some more scribbles. Okay, now the full lantern. Goes into maybe the 3rd room or a room. Nods off. And it works. Cool music. And this is what we've been doing, and that's what we've seen them doing. So maybe this is just where they figured out how to make the lantern and how to make it work. And then everybody's looking in. We're all hanging out. They've got one of the new lanterns. Nodding. Okay. Interesting. Here, I'm gonna go through again real fast. I wonder... I want to leave it on this slide. I don't want to remove the slide reel, I just want to remove the lantern. I don't think you can do that. Do you have to count in the number of slides if you wanted to look at one that's not like the first one on the thing? Like, do you think you'd be able to see the burnt ones better with a less bright light? Oops. But I don't know how many I would have to click forward to make it work. It's kind of hard to tell. Need a Viewmaster emote, yeah. Definitely. There's the flood. We're safe in here. We've done this before after the flood. Yeah, I don't know. Because it looks like the same one from here, but up on the screen it looks like something different. I don't know, it's hard to tell. That was educational. The door closed again because the lights turned on. Dang, that's so loud. That's fine, so we can't go back in there. We can get to that raft if we want to. There's a race of beaver people when you need them, yeah. I wanna go... I wanna go to the other side of the canyon again. That's that temple looking room with the eye. I cannot figure out what the eye of the universe, the burnt up temples are for. Not too loud for you? Okay, good. It's very loud for me at times, but I'm glad that it's not too much for the stream. Oh yeah, I said I was gonna use this and I forgot. Again. I don't know what I want to use my signal scope on though. What is there to signal? Maybe the top of the tower? The little beams that come out of it? I don't know. This room. What is this room for? It's got one of these in it. Why? I feel like at some point the owl people are gonna teach me or show me what the password is for these. But I don't know. I don't know for sure. Okay, let me make a note. Burnt slide reel building is an eye shrine with bike lock. Seems reasonable. You all know what that means, right? I never trust combination locks, too easy to decode, yeah. Oh, the neighbors are playing very loud bass momentarily. One of those sentences that make zero sense in other contexts. Exactly. Oh, I hear electricity. Is that because those cables are in the canyon below us? Well, let's not go down there and find out. Have we spent any time exploring these plateaus up here? I don't think we really have. Can't hear the bass at all. Nice noise isolation. I'm glad you can't hear it. It's not terrible. My streaming room window is basically right next to my neighbor's driveway, and we only get to hear it. I only get to hear it when they're pulling in, but it's not that bad. If they're like coming home from work or something. I just think it's always funny to me. You know, I like to think if there was a new signal, it would have said unknown signal detected, and I would have known to use my signal scope. So I was concerned I wasn't using it enough, but I think we're okay. I was never big into bass, more of a classic rock kind of guy. Yeah. Spires on the tower. I don't think the tower is doing too well. So what's our next goal? Go back to Sleepy Zone? This loop was intended as a break from the Sleepy Zone. And I thought it was going to be a quick one. I thought, oh, we're going to go fly around the hull and take a look-see. And we're not going to find what we need. But we did! So it turned into a longer loop than I realized. Oh, what's over here? Hello? What's up? Do you make any signals? Is this how I cut the power to that one building? This is for the one in the canyon that's embedded into the rock. Okay, fuel level, please. And the fact that the flame is lit and there's owl people sitting around the flame with their lanterns, I feel like that's why there's all this blue electricity running through this. It's powering it in some way. Oh, we need to go back to the... We need to go back to the top level of the tower, but we haven't figured out how to turn out those lights. Random question, anyone know a cartoon show set in New York City apart from Ninja Turtles and Men in Black? Cartoon show set in New York City. Good question. There's our music. Spider-Man, The Real Ghostbusters. Classic rock is amazing. I also like disco and Daft Punk. Heck yeah. Daxon, welcome in. How's it going? Things are going pretty good. We're making progress, I think. We're in critical fuel levels, though. And it's the end of a loop. Oh, did we never open this door? We know how to open this door now. Or maybe we did. I can't remember. We might have. Oops. We have no fuel, though. Oh, that's not enough room. I can't remember if I've been inside here or not. I feel like we did figure out how to get inside here. Like from below it, from underneath it, right? Yeah, it's not actually a door that we have to open with. The scout. Okay, so your jetpack powers with oxygen are severely degraded. Oh. Why do I feel like Pratt is doing a crossword? Maybe. Oh, setting up your quiz. Because that's this weekend now, since it got postponed. Sykes, hi, welcome. Happy Friday. Did we add to the ship log? I think we did, because we had a new slide reel, right? Let's have a mallow. Just got home from work, resting time. Nice. Have a good rest. I hope work was okay. Thank you for the loop counter. Reworking some hints. Gotcha. I feel like I want to take this quiz. You've been giving us the updates on it for some time now. Okay. Just one new ship log thing from that trip, but I feel like we saw a lot. We covered a lot of ground. Damaged lab. A lab with 3 test chambers. The second chamber is badly damaged and can be entered through a hull breach in the side of the stranger. I found a slide reel that shows 3 experiments conducted with 3 different artifacts. The 3rd experiment appears to have been a success. It doesn't say there's more to explore there. Where else do we need to go? Starlight Cove. It actually doesn't say there's more to explore at Endless Canyon, which is interesting. Shrouded Woodlands was a disaster. Island Tower we need to figure out. River Lowlands. Is there only one thing right here now that says there's more to explore? Yeah. Starlight Cove is actually the only one that says there's more to explore, but that's not where we want to go next. I feel like the next thing we want to do is go back to the woodlands. And then... the light coming out of the vault gave me a vision of climbing a spiral staircase in a room at the top of the tower. Near the top, one of the stranger's inhabitants pointed at the mural of the tower beneath the nighttime sky, then picked up an artifact and left the room. Sometime later, the lamps next to the mural went dark, revealing a secret passage. It says... pointed at the mural of the tower beneath the nighttime sky. I wonder, because we can get up to the top room of the tower when we're in the sleepy zone. So maybe that's the only time you can get to that passageway, but I remember that room had like a light at the top. It had candles and then a hanging light at the top that I also didn't know how to turn out that light. I'm not sure. Maybe I'll make a note so we remember when I come back from break. Post the quiz in Discord. Nice. Okay. Have to wait for Dread as the delivery was postponed. Daxon, I'm sorry. I hope you enjoy it when it gets there. Let's commiserate in Discord. Oh my gosh. So, enter secret tower room from nighttime zone, or, you know, the sleepy zone, which we can get to the top of the tower from the tower cycle. It's a matter of whether we want to grab... No, see, we have a much better way to get artifacts now. I feel like it's gotta be 10 times quicker to grab that artifact in the Ghost Matter building than it is to do a whole cycle through and grab the one in the canyon. Okay, and then the other thing, we need to go back to the Shrouded Woods, which is the lowland sleepy zone. And we need to follow that dang owl. But maybe at the last second, don't go into the room, but go and look for a different window to look in and see what's happening instead of going in and getting caught. There's also like, that area is massive because we were sitting there waiting for an owl to pass and we followed them, but I think we could have also gone to the left and checked, like there was more to check out on that side. I was just assuming we had, well, yeah, assuming we had to follow them for one thing and then also go to the other area later. I think it's a decent design decision to not expel 3 times oxygen. Yeah. I think it's a good decision. There's a lowland sleepy zone I'm in. It's not like a comfy sleepy zone. It's a scary sleepy zone. A lot of people call it Dreamland. Still, sounds cozier than it is. Alright, those are my notes. Let's pause. We're gonna take our stream break. Our first stream break of the night, because I don't know how late we're going. Stretch if you need to, grab a snack. Do all the things, and we'll be back in a couple minutes. I appreciate you. Welcome back, humans. I hope you had a good break. I was just sitting here finishing my snack, and I checked on the cats. Everybody's doing good. Let's go ahead and get back to the game. I also, I think next break, if we have another break, I gotta make some tea. Or it is Friday. I could pour a glass of wine. I feel like this game is not a glass of wine and chill game. This is like a, I need every ounce of focus in my body. So maybe if there's a spot for us to celebrate. Alright. 3, 2, 1, blast off. Or maybe just at the very end of stream, but we're on a mission today. Oh, the lock-on is gone. Okay, hopefully if we do this, it'll fix it. Even though we're mid-flight. That fixes it. Oh, I feel like we're gonna end up back on the surface of the planet. Don't drink and drive spaceships. Yeah, I don't think I should drink and fly around in our ship. It's a bad idea. Okay, so we're going to... let's go to maybe the tower sleepy zone. One more quest before we go back to the scary following owls into their house sleepy zone. We're so very far away. I kind of messed up this flight over here, but we'll get there, we'll get there. I hope everybody had a nice little break. Don't forget to get up and stretch when you're playing games on the computer or watching other people play games. Okay, here we go. Gonna overshoot. That's looking pretty good. Yep. Oh, dang. Do you think it's quicker to fly under to the other side and get that artifact? Is that the quickest of all? No, because then you still have to go over the dam. That would be cool. What if it was quickest to like go fly to the other side and then come back out and then fly back around just through the outside? I would enjoy that. Do you want to know what I think? Which one's quicker? Yeah, what's your hunch? I'm assuming people have already been, Strange Pie's already on it. People have been testing the possibilities. But it doesn't mean there aren't other ways. Also, I know that I don't have to go so fast through here if I would just turn off my dang flashlight. Bravery! Nice! Is this faster though? I'm not sure. I feel like it's gotta be. More hazardous though. Choose your words carefully. Well, true. If it ends up being spoilers, that would be bad. Oops. Okay, and then there's a raft right up here. Just point it at the stranger and hit autopilot. I'm not talking about getting to the stranger though. I'm talking about like getting to an artifact. I'm not talking about getting to the stranger quicker. Where's the nearest boat though? There's one up there. I don't think that's a better raft. Oh, there's one over there. Let's grab... That's the one... Oh, no, that's where we would normally be pulled out of the water. Okay, this presents unique challenges. But I think it's okay. Yeah, I didn't really think about if we don't go the usual route and we leave our raft behind, then we're kind of out of luck. Well, worth experimenting. Oh, hey Duet, welcome in. Just let me struggle and find one, but I appreciate you trying to help. I don't want any tips though. I know there's one up on that bank, or there was, but I don't think that's any closer. This might be a wash if we can't get what we're looking for. It's still so much faster. That's the funny thing. Oh, there we go. Okay. I'll just go back across the safe way. No, you're good. It's okay, Duet. No worries. Mods have it under control. I know that's a silly one for me to be picky about, but I just like doing it all on my own. Oh, and our flashlight's off. So we know where that raft is now for next time. And we can go a little bit quicker. I still think this is gonna be way faster. Honestly, you could even like jetpack over here and it'd be pretty quick. Okay. We don't want to go to the underground entrance. We just want to go up here. The owl people park their rafts the way people park cars in Boston. Yeah. Okay. Doze. And awaken. So this area we have a decent amount of time with because the flood doesn't prevent us from continuing. It's the tipping of the tower, which is almost at the end of the loop anyways. What's all the way up there? Almost feel like that looks like either a hand or an owl person up there. Scary. There's this YouTube series of a speedrunner doing a casual playthrough, and as soon as he gets the stranger, he just starts jetpacking and scout shooting everywhere. That's awesome. Yeah, casual. Uh-huh. This area... I feel like there's more to explore here. This is the one where we hear all the footsteps up above us. Scary, scary, scary. And this is how we get to the top of the tower, so we'll go investigate again, because I haven't been back in a while. But I don't understand it. This shows you the opposite painting though, so it's not this one because the other one is the tower under a night sky. Oop, that's not what I meant to do. My controller died. Bad timing. I wonder if I have just enough to get into the pause menu. Okay, cool. Escape is also pause. Yeah. There could be like a casual jog around the block or a casual game of tag, but the question is, can a speedrunner be casual when not trying to speedrun? Yeah, I don't know. We have batteries, don't worry. I'm prepared. That was very eerie. I knew we were getting close to having to put in new ones. Hey Redbeard, welcome in. It's good to see you. And we're back in business. Okay. Here's all the cool instruments. This does nothing. What's up with the light up there? Can I turn it out? I don't think there's gonna be any special entrance here, because it's the wrong portrait. I don't know. These are all extinguished when you first come into this room, right? And what does the top look like up here? These are not powered on. Okay. There's a cave over there that we went through on rafts that one time. Weird. Oh god, that's the flood! Every time that noise is so startling. And that's not even the scary part. I don't think it's supposed to be. We still don't know what's supposed to be. I'll never understand. Creaking tower. Number, oh my gosh. I want to know why the screams happen. Okay, so normally, I feel like I'm pausing a lot today, but I have so much to talk about, and I don't want to lose any time in the game. But I feel like the screaming, maybe depending where you are in the different parts of the sleepy zone is when you hear different screams. I feel like you always hear it with the flood. And I feel like that makes sense because we know that the water puts out the flames of the owl people that are in the basement of that one building. And then I think we're going to hear screams in this area at the end of the loop because we're near enough to the tower, and the tower, when it finally like tips in and drops at the end of the loop, those flames are going to go out as well. I think that's what it has to do with. I wonder if there's another area where we can test one of those. Maybe. Do we scream? Yeah, we're going to scream next time. Were they trapped? Well, their bodies... Oh, how do I describe this? So what I know so far, and don't answer this if you know the answer already, but... Oh, right, this is the one with all the rafts. They sit by the fire and they light these lanterns. And their body, asleep, stays on the stranger, which is in our solar system. Their, like, spirit body, I'm not really sure, is seemingly very awake because we have been captured by them before. Is here in this sleepy zone, which looks like it's in their home solar system because you can see the ringed planet when you look up at the sky. It's like astral projection. Maybe, yeah. And when our solar system... Oh, but see, I don't even know. I don't know how the timey-wimey thing works, because when we observe them in our solar system, their bodies asleep around a fire, they're very much dead. Like, they're living bodies in the present day in the stranger in our solar system. They don't have a physical body that's alive there anymore, but the flame is still lit, which means their spirit body is still alive over here in the other solar system. But when the flame goes out, normally that would wake them up, but they have nothing to wake up to because they're dead, which is really sad, which is why I think they scream. Please be a little careful with speculation even if you haven't played the game. Oh, yeah, true. No answers, but I have a hunger for ice cream. Yeah. Thanks for the... I know I'm getting really into speculation at the moment, so thanks for the heads up, Semi. Chrono Theory is a headache all unto itself. There is... I don't understand... these rafts. What did we do here before? All that happened was I got out and we summoned another one. Another raft. Right? Because there's an elevator that I don't know how to summon. Is there one of those hand things that'll pull us all the way up there, perhaps? But I can't see far enough for that to work, right? So strange. I feel like you should be able to do something here. But then maybe this just leads back up to the canyon area that we've seen from another zone. Yeah, thanks, Chozo. You're good. I don't think you said anything spoilery. I think it was just a warning of be careful not to pull any threads too hard because it might give something away. You never know. Remember when I sank the raft? Those were fun times. Trying to wrap my head around it. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I know. There's a lot to wrap one's head around. Here's the big vault. We've been up there before. Do we want to go back up there again? I don't actually know if we can from here. Can't remember. Let's hop off here and explore again, because I'm just not exactly sure what's going on. I just don't know. But I can test my theory about the scream. Great. Anything up here? No, just water. This is where we summon another raft. If we decide we want to summon another raft. I guess there's a good chunk of things to do here. I had kind of forgotten that we took the raft to this section as well, which is, there's this vision. Yeah. I don't know, we don't need to watch it again. We could, but I'm gonna pass for now. Whee! It's interesting, you don't have a health bar. So I wonder if you just hurt yourself so bad. I think you just wake up. Actually, I think we've done that. Like, the first trip here, we fell so abruptly that we woke ourselves up. The sky looks spectacular. Isn't it so pretty? Beautiful. With all the scariness, they still, of course, had to make it absolutely gorgeous. I love the giant ring planet in the sky. So cool. Do we see anything in these tunnels if we turn the light out? No. I don't know. And then this passageway, this like channel here, you go by a couple buildings, but you, from what I can tell, you cannot access them. So many stars, not much light pollution, yeah. And then I don't remember what happens if we jump off here, other than I know that I don't want to summon a raft if I'm not ready to leave yet. Oh, that's right. This is the tunnel with the locked door. Oh, that was weird. Which makes me think maybe blood. Or is this end of the loop? This is end of the loop. And there was a scream. So the theory as far as when that scream happens seems to be I seem to be onto something. Just for the timing of it. We don't know exactly why. Oh, hey Admiral, welcome. This is the Anglerfish game, but this is the DLC that just came out not too long ago. It's pretty rad so far. Anglerfish game, yep. So far, no anglerfish in the DLC. I wonder if that was worth it to do that recap for the loop there. I don't know. I don't need to go in the tunnel down there, I don't think. Oh, the reason we went back to the tower was because I wanted to try to access the portrait on the upper floor in the sleepy zone, but it didn't work out because the portrait up there is a daytime portrait, not a nighttime portrait, which is so strange. I don't know if I'll ever get tired of the end loop music, so beautiful. Yeah. Speaking of light pollution, I wish that one night out of the year, countries in warmer periods and climates could go dark so as to admire the splendor of the universe. Yeah. I want to know... Okay, here's a thought. I'm gonna write it down so I don't forget. Does one... I guess I could have checked right there. Does one prong of the tower go dark if one of the other buildings tips over and falls in? Like, or when the first building gets flooded and the flames get extinguished, I wonder if one of the prongs goes dark. I don't know, though. I think we've been to the tower past the flood a bunch of times. And I feel like all the prongs are always still lit. Here, let me pause while I write this down. Go out. Does it ever go out? I don't know. Fran, hi, welcome. It's good to see you. Our next loop, the notes that I took were to go back to the Shrouded Woods and try it again and not get caught. I don't want to do it. Did we get the loop counter for this one? There's a blackout in New York City, I think, and people called 911 thinking they were seeing aliens, but it was them seeing the Milky Way for the first time. Oh my gosh. Maggie, welcome back from your lurk. I really don't want to go back to the Shrouded Woods. But at this point, I'm not entirely sure where else to go. I feel like that's what we need for all the bike locks. We found a strange vault wrapped in chains and marked with 3 glowing symbols. A slide reel from River Lowlands showed a strange vault being closed and sealed with chains. We've seen all the 3 lock slide reels of the sealed vault. I feel like all the sealed vault tells us is there's 3 of those flame towers that we need to extinguish. But we don't know which ones or where they are. I feel like they're all guarded by alarms. Like, I'm not sure. Closest I've been to being able to see a proper view of the night sky was when I lived in Florida when I was a kid. I got to see Milky Way, that gorgeous ribbon of stars. Where else do we have question marks? This one. The secret passage, which we were just investigating now a little bit, and I don't have it figured out. Alright, I guess we can go hang out with the owl people again. 3, 2, 1, blast off. Oops, go this way. I just don't know. I just don't wanna. Oops, we kind of messed that up there. Oh, actually, that worked out really well. Hey, stranger. Ooh, we came in crooked. We came in on the other side. I've not done that intentionally yet, or unintentionally either. I've not done that yet. That's fine. We don't mind being over here. Oh, that means we don't have to come in through the raft every time, though. That's brilliant. Why don't we do that more often if I don't want to come in through the raft entry every time? I don't know how we finagled it, though. Some fun flying. I was able to take a pic with my phone in the Milky Way just a few months ago for the first time. That's awesome. Occasionally share my attempts at astrophotography with the interloper. Heck yes. We don't have the follow agent command, Lazuli, unfortunately. Hi, it's good to see you. I hope you're well. So then what do I want to do? We're like past where we need to be. We want the artifact that's all the way over there. This'll work out okay. Actually, no, it's right here. Dang. Wait, hang on. You're going too fast. What is this box? Oh, I wonder if there were artifact supplies in there at some point. We can just stay in the little river, right? Yeah. Because water is safe. Usually, when it comes to, ghost matter. Hope you're well. Happy Friday. Happy Friday, Lazuli. Hope you're having a good start to your weekend. Okay, this will be hopefully the most time we've had. Oops. Wrong one. The most time we've had in here so far. But we still don't. Oh, this is still the scary part. Maybe if we have enough attempts and we can't get it, then we'll do reduced fright. I don't feel like it's a matter of me being scared. It's a matter of me not doing the right thing after following the owl for so long. I want that candle. Thank you. Starting to relate more and more to your starter loop rituals. Oh my gosh. I love my rituals. I need them. It makes everything feel right. It's good to have routines. It's good to have like checklists when you fly. And go through the same steps and know, okay, yep, things are going to plan. This is how we normally do it. Because then when it's off, your body and your brain go, ooh, wait, I forgot something. Something's off. Let me double check. Ooh. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it's exactly like real pilots. The checklist thing, that's where I get it from. Okay, now I'm scared though. I think on this side of the bridge we can light candles and it's okay. I don't actually remember. Do we just go across here? Yours are better, you have marshmallow. Is this where we came across? I don't know. The scariest. This hand, where? Oh. Okay, maybe we'll explore a new area? Oh, there's so many hands. Maybe we need more clues. Maybe we're not supposed to follow the owls. Oh, where do we get this? This is in the, starting area. We just have to know where to aim it. That single candle right there, if I can get to that, it should get me to this hand and pull us across. Maybe it's a shortcut. But we still have to follow the owls. Ugh. Those things are so weird. Oh god. Okay, here we go. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it. Are there any more candles for us? There's some over there. Oh god. What's over this way? This is where they come from, right? Because there's another hand. Oh, I hate it so much. What happens if I go like in front? Oh, there's gonna be water. Okay, I'm gonna fall in the water. If I go in front of their path, we're gonna get caught and they're gonna blow out our light. There's another lantern over there. Oh, I don't know. I can't even hear the singing anymore. There's a lantern though. Okay, we found them. I was getting far away from where I needed to be. Oh, there's another one. It's hard to tell where there's gonna be water and where there's gonna be grass. I don't want to fall in. I feel like I walked very bravely through the grass last time and it ended up paying off, but... Okay, let's follow you. Oh, I hate this part. Okay, so now I'm having thoughts about reduced fright and wondering if it just makes your, like, surprise wake up more manageable. I'm wondering what other scary things there are besides getting caught by owls. But that's pretty scary by itself. I'm trying not to go too fast. Okay, so then here, are we gonna even have another place to go? Maybe not? Oh. The loudness, I forgot again how loud it is. Oop, oop, oop. And now I don't want to go in where they go in. I don't think. But I don't think I have a choice. Okay, wait, I'm pausing. I don't know where else to go other than in there. So we just go in and keep our light concealed for longer than I did last time. Because last time I just assumed that defeat was inevitable. Can we hide down here in the stairwell? The music stopped. But another one's gonna come up behind us. Oh no, the door is closed now? But did they open it when they came through? Can I go around? Okay, you think I'm one of you. Okay, I was just panicking. I thought they would know that I wasn't one. Nope, now they know. They're shining it at me. Creepy! I don't know what to do. Go through here. What are you supposed to do there? You have to go through so much trouble to get there, and then you're just screwed. We're in the lowlands and the flood hasn't happened yet. Do we think we have time to go back? I feel like the flood's gotta be really soon. You have a little bit of time to walk through there before they recognize that you're Hearthian, I guess? Can we go across here now? Ah, okay. I just didn't know where to look. So that's our shortcut. That's good. The nervous laughter before getting cut. Oh, big time. Getting caught, not cut. God, they cut us. It's already unbearable. Okay, there's another one. So I think there, if you wait in the stairwell, another one comes up behind you. So you can't just hang out in the stairwell while they're having their little meeting. There's the flood. Ooh, let's follow and see what happens when the flood extinguishes. I think this one's gonna scream. I think it's gonna be loud. It wasn't that loud, but we saw what happens when their light goes out, and it looks like it's timed pretty well with the scream. So now let's go check out the top of this tower. Or not tower, building. And it looks like the light is out. At least here. Yeah, it's out. But now is one of the prongs of the tower also out? But even if it is, we know that that prong thing being out still doesn't affect the lights in that top room, because we sat with it all the way until the end of the loop and the lights were still on. That's what kills me. And the light from the vault, I don't think ever goes out unless there was a way to just straight up extinguish the green fires. I don't think so. There's just Doze and Marshmallow. Oh, that was forgiving. So then I wonder if we have to go again. I thought the sleepy zone that we just were at with the owls, right? I thought that was the end destination, is that room full of owls, and we're gonna watch a projector slide, because owls love their projector slides. I thought we were all gonna stand around and watch a slide reel, which is why I wanted to try to stay in that room. I don't think you're supposed to stay in that room. I think you're supposed to follow, keep following, and keep walking through, and go through the door, and keep walking and keep going through. Because the longer I stood there, that's when one of them, like, recognized me. Nice splash. Head empty, only Doze and Mallow. I love it. Gonna go IRL sleepy zone. Okay, Wooden, have a good sleep. Take care. We can still get to the top of this for now. Yeah. I think we just gotta go... Oh, except you don't even have to go underwater to get there anymore, right? Can't remember. Yes, we do. At this point, we still do have to get underwater. Oh, weird. I went too far. We're trying to go to the top. It is out. Okay, I don't think I ever noticed that before. Because this one is now flooded. So then when this one falls, two of them will be out. Oh, this is... There isn't one here. There's not a prong that this one's powering. So what is the flame in the basement of this room powering? If not one of those prong things. It's the Twitch way of saying good morning, good evening, happy whatever time it is there. Yes, exactly. Thanks, Wolf. I don't really want to be on top of this when it falls. Why does this one need... I don't know. I don't know what that means. And I feel like it seems like something's being powered up, but I don't know. Maybe this is just on and lit up when that flame is on. Where do these cords, these cables go? Can we see them anywhere else besides the top of the tower? Can we see them in this room at all? I don't think we would see it in this room. I think we would see it in the basement. Let's get out of here before it floods. Go, 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 go! Oh no, we're gonna die! Oh. Missed the jump. Okay, so... it's kind of hard to tell from here. Like, where the... cables would go. I want to look at it from over here. Oh, I don't know. It's so weird. Does it have something to do with the sign on the front? This one? No? Can we get in from here? Kinda, sorta. Oh, this is, like, closed now. No, because we never went in this one. Seeing this tower made me... excuse me. Made me think near where my grandparents used to live was a giant water tower that was as wide as it was tall. So it looked like a giant toilet paper roll. Nice. Oh, messed that up. Well, we answered one of our questions, which is yes, one prong of the tower does go out. How do we make the other tower prongs go out? Then maybe the light bulbs go out. And then we can get into the second portrait. And then we can get the clues we need to open the vault. We also learned that when you follow the owl all the way to the end of their path, there is nowhere else to go aside from into the room with the owl. So we gotta do that at some point, which I'm not looking forward to. We learned that when the flames are extinguished, I'm writing this down, the owl goes poof, and we hear the screams. Does a marshmallow char if you roast it for too long? It does, yeah. And you can set them on fire and you can eat burnt marshmallows too. Do we think that there's a way to put out those other fires though? I don't think so. And I think like that would be so scary and sad because you're like extinguishing all of those other owl people's flames. But it does make me want to go back and look at either the vault building or the canyon building again. 3, 2, 1, blast off. I'm thinking. Only one marshmallow per loop. You can have as many marshmallows as you want. Every loop. You can sit and only eat marshmallows all loop long if you so choose. It's pretty great. Okay. I am getting kind of off here, but we're good. Do we want to... What am I doing with this loop? Do we want to go in the other entrance? What's my goal? Let's go back to the canyon sleepy zone. What's the fastest way to get there? I think just the normal entrance is fine for that. Oop, not my best. It was okay. Sounds like a great way to spend a loop. Yeah, just eating marshmallows. It's a good time. Close enough. Oops. Alright, come on. Scott, welcome in. How's it going? Oh my gosh. Thank you for the raid. You came in right in the middle of a rapids ride. Corey, hi. Mark, hi. Thanks for all the hype. Insomniosis, hi. Welcome. I'm Jen. It's good to have you here. We are playing the Outer Wilds DLC and trying to uncover all the secrets, and I don't know how far along I am, but it's been a good adventure so far. How's Subnautica going? It's good to see you, Scott. Thanks again. Thanks for those shout outs. Raiders, what's going on? I wanted to pause real quick because this rafting section is a little hard to do while I'm chatting and greeting raiders. Happy Friday. I hope you're having a good day too, Mark. Streaming late? Are we? It's only been 3 hours 39 minutes. We're gonna go late tonight. Subnautica's going great. I love it. Maybe too much. That's awesome. I'm glad you're loving it. I want to try it someday. We are gonna try it someday. That's one I have that I just have been waiting to start when we finish a couple other games. Oh, you streamed late. Oh. Gotcha. Yeah, that can be confusing when you're like, wait, I don't normally get to raid this person. Oh, I streamed for a long time. Yeah, that's when you're really loving a game, is when you look up and you're like, I've been live for how long? If you or your chat or any of the raiders got a raid and run and go rest and get some food and stretch and do all the post-stream things, I totally understand. But thanks for popping in. If you're into Outer Wilds, we're going to be playing this for a few more streams, and then we're going to be switching to Metroid Dread next Friday. So that's our stream schedule here. I really like exploration games. I like Metroidvanias and space games. That's where this one fits in. Dread. I'm so excited. I know everybody's chipping away at it right now and is working on Dread if they have it, so. Since before I was awake. Oh my gosh, waste please. Alright, we're over here. What's my goal again? Go up the elevator. We like puzzle games here too. We've been playing a lot of The Witness on mostly Sundays. Sorry, just taking a look around. I wonder, we should go in that building over there at some point too, because I don't know that we have ever gone through all of it. And there's another elevator. We can ride the elevator from the top to the bottom, and I don't think we ever have. We should. Why haven't I? Can't. Okay. Should we do that first? Or should we explore Sleepy Zone first? So we still don't know. I had kind of assumed that the power outage is caused by that hull breach. But actually, we still don't know what causes the power outage, too. It's a mystery. I was waiting for the whole breach to happen, and maybe we missed it. Maybe we weren't there at the right moment. Hello? I don't know that there's anything else I can get to from here. Oh shoot. Okay, well that's a wash then. I thought that there was a thing we could jump to, and I just jumped right off the side of the building. Stupid me. Let's go check this one out then. I thought that was like an enclosed room, and it definitely was not an enclosed room. Can't see here. It's real dark. There's the blue light. Bonk. Roast marshmallow, doze off. You can't, there's no option to extinguish. Doesn't work like that. And this one doesn't have anybody sleeping by it. It just has the vault. So weird. How's stream been? It's been good. We've made some cool progress, but there's still so many pieces that I feel like I just don't know how to put together. This game is very complex. Thank you, mods. I appreciate you. Thank you. Please no spoilers or hints or anything. No help. I'm trying to do it all on my own. Wait. Isn't this new music, or is this just part of the rafting music that I haven't heard yet? It's kind of weird, right? I feel like it must have just been rafting music. I have marshmallows in real life. Nice. That's awesome, Magus. Have we been in here? Yeah. Oh, I don't know that we ever opened... Oops. If there was a door in here that we could open. If we ever did it. That's me. Ooh, symbols. Finally. Can I zoom from here? Hang on, I gotta take notes. So the passwords are on these tablet-y things? It looks like... Oh god, can I get it closer? A sun, maybe? A ringed planet, maybe? A flame, maybe? Another ringed planet, and another flame. Pratt, thank you for redeeming human kindness, sending human kindness from me to you and all chat. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for hanging out with me. You're making my Friday way better than it would have been by myself because you're a lovely community to spend time with. And I like playing games with you. Thanks, friends. Thanks for using your channel points. I want to live in a cabin here. It's lonely but beautiful. I would pick a solar system with less impending doom, but it is a cool area. I want to know what's up on that table. Can we throw one in here from above? We've got this cool mechanic with the, what's that? Oh, just where there used to be a cable, I guess. With the scout, where we can use it to turn on some of these switches and things. But I don't think I've fully used it since I figured out that we had it as an option. Okay, let's try. I think it's the sun is the first one. Sun, planet, flame, planet, scary noise. Okay. What did that do? Nothing. Maybe we don't do it here. Maybe we do it only in the sleepy zone, that it does something. No, it does. It's the water's draining. Maybe something's happening over on the other side. I don't know if we can confirm. Thank you, mods. Thank you, thank you. With those kind words, it's time for bedtime. I had a lovely time today. Always a pleasure. You can chat. Have a good one. Thank you, Pratt. Have a good sleep. Let us know how your quiz goes, and we'll see you around. I'm puzzled. But I think it tells you... Here, let's go look at that one again. I think there's also a symbol of which one goes with which lock, because this lock has like that weird grabby arm on it, right? Or are those the antenna that are on the top of the tower? I truly do not know. So strange. One day I hope to understand the mysteries. Ooh, I don't think I can get up there. No, come on. Ugh. Jetpacking, please. I don't think this is a surface we can stand on here. Oh yeah, it is. Is there anything up here? No. So what is this thing for? Maybe you want it to line up on the other side of it. Or you need a lantern or something. I feel like it would open this door, right? In normal circumstances? Beep beep. Come on, Scout, you got this. This is the only place to go through. Okay, but we can get it further over and see more of the room. I want to get it up above the table. Maybe just up here? Oops. How do I get some height on this thing? Not that high. Well, I can also take pictures as it's flying. That's me. There's a table, but the table's obstructed. How do you refuel your jetpack? There are like tanks with fuel in them in various places, and also you can do it back in your ship. Yeah, see, there's a symbol of the grabby arm on the wall over there. Oh, that's not a good spot for us to land this thing. Ugh. Oh, there's a red thing lighting up on the table over there. Oh, that's gonna be the hull breach error. Maybe. Or some other error. Stop it. I don't want photo mode. No. No. Can I get it up on this? Oh, God. Staircase? I don't want photo mode. Turn off photo mode. We're not trying to take a selfie. Oh, it's not the planet. It's the eye. I wasn't close enough. I definitely thought that was the ringed planet. Good. I'm glad we kept taking more pictures of it. Oh, I should have... I probably have the sun wrong too. No, okay. Good. Ooh. Okay. Alright. Intriguing. A broken thing. For what purpose? I do not know. Fuel. Nice. Here we go. What am I looking at? There's an error with the thing that we were just looking at. The little interface wheel, I think. And this looks like... Is this what the outside looks like? Because there's the... Turn off my flashlight, sorry. Reflecty thing over here. What is this? Is this the scanner that they're trying to use to find the eye? I don't know what we're looking at here. It's a grabby arm. It's got the 4 antennae on it. One final question before I gotta go. Do you ever see your own character? Yeah, you can take selfies. This is the DLC. Yeah! Already Outer Wilds fan before this. Yes. We're gonna go play a game. Have fun, Scott. Thank you again for the raid. Happy Friday. Have a really good weekend, and we will see you around for sure. I know it's late for you because you streamed later than usual. Pictures. This isn't a picture, this is, I don't know, a blank one of these things, maybe. Well, we'll have some more stuff to read in the ship log, which is good. Weird. So now we need to find more of those codes to read, maybe? The other bike locks we've seen, I think, have all been in the sleepy zone. But I'm not 100% on that. I wonder what you can see through here, if this is a specific view of a specific thing at some point in the loop. Look at the RGB up close. Or what? CRT? What is this? Like staring at our old TV screen. Interesting loop. Failed loop that turned into not a failed loop because we were supposed to be going into the canyon area and then I fell. Mallow. Let's go read our ship log. reservoir. An enormous reservoir with wooden piers and buildings on both shores. I found a room with a burned control interface and a projection that seems to indicate a broken connection between the stranger and another craft. Okay. But who's counting? Mr. Callan, how's it going? Welcome. We're counting, but it's not like a challenge. It's just fun to keep track. I think I missed some of chat earlier. Oh, you're talking about the Swift stuff. Okay. Let's do a loop with the canyon stuff that I wanted to try last loop. And then maybe take another stream break? 3, 2, 1, blast off. I feel like we're still not yet to the point where we're stuck. Because I still feel like no matter what, we have more stuff to do in the Shrouded Woods. Which is my least favorite. But, we can always go back there. Llama, how's it going? Welcome in. Happy weekend. It's late for you. I'm doing this wrong. Oh no. Ooh, this is a weird entry. Maybe this will be like that other one where we went in on the other side. Nope, we're good. It actually worked out pretty well. These ships are so cool looking. I feel like this looks so suspicious when you're coming in. It looks like there's stuff in this corner. Is there stuff in this corner? There's like a whole wall back here that we never looked at. It's so dark though. Why is this like this? I don't know. Okay. Or is it early? Yeah. Long day with much socializing, 2 a.m. nighttime snack. Came in for late night social call with TV shows and gossip. Nice! That sounds fun. Oops. Okay. Oh yeah, because we got sidetracked exploring that one building in the canyon with the elevator that I felt like I hadn't fully explored before. We could still try again. I'm not completely deterred, I just need to pay closer attention to where, you know, where there's floor and where there isn't. And we'll be fine. Well, we can go through here, it's probably faster. Oops. Yeah. Right onto the rock, Jen. That's the best place for us. Can I even stand on this rock? No. I was indecisive. Oh, and we died. No, we're not dead yet. This is not fine. We're completely getting pummeled by the river. I'm so sorry, Harthian. I feel like we've never been stuck on that exact rock before, but we've absolutely been stuck on the rocks before. Ugh, brutal death. Okay. It's fine. Such a waste of a good flight to the stranger. Everything else went pretty well up until that point. Three, two, one, blast off. It's always right over there. So reliable. Need to go this way a little bit. Yep, yep, yep. Any big new things today? Kind of. We got some, like, we got a little password to one of the rooms. What was the biggest thing at the start here? Oh, we're messed up. Hang on. That's good enough. I feel like at the very beginning we did something cool, but I'd have to look at my notes. Oh, we found a slide reel at the beginning that I hadn't seen yet. 2 slide reels that I hadn't seen yet. And then we got to another part of the sleepy zone and saw owl people up close, and then they put out our flame, and it was scary. And we explored the sun side of the ship. This is true. I feel like we've done a lot today, and we still aren't any closer to knowing what's going on. They were not friendly, exactly. They did not like us being there. They did not want to reach a diplomatic agreement or to be friends. We saw one of the owl people basically burst into flame, but then they dissipated. No, burst into flame is too violent. They sort of just evaporated. And that was kind of weird. But we also kind of suspected it because we knew that their flames were gonna go out at some point. Okay, we're moving, we're moving. I feel like I haven't talked about it at all, but the droplets of water on the camera are so cool. The effect is so good for all the rafting. Realism points. Immersion points. Do we want to mess with that elevator room again or not? Is there a way to get the elevator to stop moving mid-flight? Because that's what's happening when you're in an elevator as you're flying. No, it doesn't move while you're traveling. Okay. The refraction lensing effects are so good, yeah. They're definitely really good. Oh, do we want this? Yeah. But we're not gonna go over there yet. But we're gonna set it up like last time. It kind of makes you wonder if all of these have one of those basement rooms like the tower, but I don't think so. I wish I could make a save state right here. Or like, can we get one of these in through... Oh, that's pretty good. There's a doorway. I don't see much else. Nope. Okay. There's the giant gaping hole we fell down before. Good job, Jen. Nope. I want it to go up a little further. There is like a room up there that looks like it's full of artifacts. I just want to know if I can get up there, but I don't think you can stand on the top of the elevator. Oh, maybe? Doesn't look like something we should be standing on. Is there a way to get up there? What about from here? No? What about if we go over here? And then come back? Just to get a better look at it? There's no hole in the floor. Oh, there is a kind of a walkway across the front. And there's a thing there. Maybe we can... Oh, but I think I looked at the roof. What's up here? Nothing. And there wasn't any holes in it, so you can't just drop down from the roof. Maybe I just wasn't seeing it right? Oh, this is one level up further. That's too high up. There's definitely a door right there. You see it? Chai, welcome in. How's it going? It's good to see you. Safe word on whether I see it. I don't know. You know whether it's there or not already, so let's not. Just coming in afterwards to say hi. How are you finding the game? I don't like the sleepy zone, but otherwise it's great. I feel like I shouldn't be able to stand here. This is scary. We're doing exactly what I did with the base game, which is putting off going in the sleepy zone till the very last second. Or like really spacing out loops between attempts. Dang, this is gonna bother me so much. Oh wait, what? No, Jen, please. No, you can move it mid-flight, but it doesn't, help you out at all. So do you think I just need to draw maps? We were talking about that, yeah. I was wondering if I would want to draw a map for myself. Okay, what about right here? Oh, here we go. No, this is the same room. Where can I get a view of that other window? I don't know how there's a way for me to tell if it's even worth it or not, if there's even something in there. I know I can get on top of the roof. From here. But I feel like that's not worth it because there's no entrance there. Maybe we can get to the window from here? No. What a bummer. We're wasting time, but this is gonna bother me. What kind of sick, awesome jetpack maneuverability skills do I need? Can we send this down when we're not in it? We can. Okay, that's helpful. Yay! Yay! Thanks. Feeling pretty good about that one. Took me a second though. Here comes our flood. Okay, here's a whole heckin' room full of these things. What are you? Oh, is this where they attach the thing to the thing? Can I pick any of these up? I don't think the flood ruins this room, but it might. We need to launch the scout in there. There's a lantern. Creepy. Hello. Are you a secret passage? Oh! Oh no, but we lost our door. And I hear lots of water.
This is a job for a human. One who's tough, but also empathetic.
Oh,
and
hang
has
on.
A big heart.
I need my hearing for this bit, and there were too many noises at once. Llama, thank you for the 333 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you for cheering for humanity. I really hate maps. I love maps. Knowing myself, I'd probably nerd out and make it look as much like a geological map as possible. Nice. Okay, I need, I think when it's at the top-ish. There we go. Can I look at it from here? Yeah. Already holding lantern. Wait, is this where they burn them? And like destroy them or something? Why? Oops. I don't know that that's the case. Let's look around. Maybe there's a projection thing upstairs. I'm not really sure what's going on here. But I think this is important. There's a... Oh, that's all that we can get to is this tunnel. Is there going to be ghost matter? Where does this come out? Oh. Oh, a bunch more. Have we been... Is this somewhere else that we've been in the canyon? I want to know what that device does. We're gonna have to go back and look at that again. This is where the other artifact is, I think, right? Yeah, we left the lantern so far behind. But these are the ones we've already read. I definitely did not know there was a door here. It's secret. Let's just go get the other lantern. I wonder if our ship will tell us what this thing is. Lantern does not fit. Maybe you have to put a slide reel and an artifact together in there? Where did I put the artifact down to do something? Oh, wait, wrong way. Oops. Okay. I'm ready to take notes. This has a symbol of 3 owl people. The slide reel. We're looking at one of the symbols for the vault. And there's a couple of us hanging out. Maybe this will start giving us more of the puzzle pieces we need. They took the thing from us. They're walking away. Oh, we've seen this little instrument place, I think. What are we holding? Is this just our artifact that we can see in the corner there? Looks like we're dipping our toes in the water. We did one of those cool hand grabby things without a hand grabby thing. And that's us leaving and we're hiding the endless canyon. Where is this portrait with the tree? We've seen that before. I didn't take any notes. I just talked about it the whole time. Okay. I like ending the week with good news that the university has allowed, excuse me, another month extension for geology students. Oh, that's awesome! Yay! Good news, Chai. So this is the 3rd vault seal being passed to owl friend. Stir fry, welcome in. The soundtrack's really good. I agree. Then we look at the instruments. Then we cross over the water. Somehow. Don't know how that works yet. Then we extinguish the endless canyon lodge flame. Then walk through tree painting with vault doors. What that looks like to me. I don't know what it is. I'm distinctly ill, so I shall take my leave. Hope you all have a lovely time zone. Feel better, Fran. I hope you start feeling good and healthy and rested soon. Thanks for hanging with us. Get well soon. It's interesting they walk through when the lights are out, and then when they pass through, those lights turn on. And that's it. Okay, I think I've seen what I want to see. Log updated. Do we want to try to go back? Oh, it's locked now. No, there's so many different various doors. I wonder if, Here, wait. Sorry, too many conflicting thoughts. Is this one closed, or did this one stay open? Yeah, all the note-taking, all the lore. I am intrigued. It makes me happy that this was here. You start getting at a point where you're like, I don't know. There's only one place for me left to go, and I don't like it. Does something go on the top here? No.
Yes! 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 Yes!
I don't know what to do with this. It looks like it's being... It looks like it's being powered by something. Thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. I don't want spoilers, so I'm dropping a follow. I'm coming back. Awesome. I appreciate it. Have a good one, Stir Fry. Enjoy the game. Good luck on your playthrough. Yes. Oh, yes, yes. Sorry, I missed that question. It's definitely DLC. So, if you're gonna play this later, I would look away. Oh, interesting. There's a few... This is like a... This is where they burned these. These are all burned broken ones. Okay, I'm putting it together. I looked at these too quickly and thought they were artifacts. These are all burned and broken. This is a flamethrower. Flamethrower? Did I say that right? Words are blending together. I don't know. This is a flamethrower arm. Right? And these are powered by something, and they just stick this in here and break it. Or maybe it just pokes holes through it. I don't know. I wish it would repair the dang things. How do I repair the burned ones? Wait, actually... This isn't a repairing one, and that's the destroying one, is it? Oop, wrong door. I keep going through this door when I shouldn't. I don't know how much time I have left. I feel like part of the mystery is gonna be that some of these are burned beyond repair, though. I don't think it's gonna be like, oh yeah, take all of them to this one room and repair them, and then you can read the missing things. But I could be wrong. I could always be wrong. It's so interesting how these glow. Presto Reparo. Well, maybe the ship's log will better explain it to me. Yeah. So that was worth coming down here, huh? Yeah. Bonk. I don't think I can... Ooh, oh, oh, overshot. Oh, okay, we're good. I think that's our music. What do I hear? Is it the end of the loop song? Time to, I don't know, pick our view? How do we want to watch the end of the universe? This is as good a spot as any. Pro jetpacking through the elevator hole? Thanks. Sick jetpack skills. Thanks. I've been practicing. Okay. We're doing really good. I feel like we're at 4.5 hours a stream. Both of my other streams with this game have been like 6.5 hours, so we're not even to the point of end of stream yet. And we've got more we can do. Lazuli, thank you for gifting us up to Tolas. Tolas, welcome back to the human race. Enjoy your Earth badge, your emotes, your ad-free viewing. We're very glad to have you. Thank you for the gifted sub. Oh, thanks, Semi. Yeah, we're not at like the end of stream because I was planning on going late tonight, maybe 7 hours, maybe 8. I don't know. That's really long. But we might not need it. I might feel pretty good after our 6.5 or whatever. Because then I think we will stream tomorrow as well. Stream till you finish the game. I know, right, Chai? I'm like, ooh, I don't know, I don't know, I don't know. Yeah. Semi, thank you for gifting a sub to Duet. Duet, welcome to the human race. Courtesy of Semi, enjoy your Earth badge, your emotes, your ad-free viewing. We're very glad to have you. Thank you for those gifted subs. End of loop gifted subs. Would you say you're near the end yet? Chai? I have no idea, and I don't want to know.
For a human. One who's tough, but also
I'm not
empathetic,
sure.
and has a big heart.
Wolf, thank you for the 400 bits. Thank you for cheering for humanity. I appreciate it. I still need to. I need to keep chipping away at those bit alerts. We have some good ones we can add for humans. Let's go read our ship log. I am gonna take another stream break, and then we'll figure out what we want to do from there. Oh, and it's Friday night, as mentioned a couple of times earlier, you know. One of our Friday night stream traditions is sometimes have a glass of wine with stream. I might go ahead and exercise that option. Okay, slide burning room. See, I talked about slide burning, but we never saw it until now. A room full of burned slide reels piled next to a strange device. I found a hidden slide reel that shows a container marked with a glowing symbol being handed to a shadowy figure. A container marked. Okay, so it wasn't the vault door, it was like a container. It looked like the vault door thing to me, but you know. The lights are extinguished. The figure carries the container into a secret passage behind the mirror of a large tree, and then the lights come back on. Shadowy figure. I'm having beer wine's a great idea. We also did... Oh, is that it? I thought I saw 2. secret mural. The reel I found in the slide burning room shows a container marked with a glowing symbol being handed to a shadowy figure. The lights... Oh, it says the same thing. But this secret mural is somewhere in the canyon. And I don't know that we've seen it yet. Have we? We've seen it in a slide reel before, I think. Or a vision. But I don't think we've seen it in person. Gonna have a duvet and a pillow. Heck yes, llama. Yes. So our next goals are still to go to the Endless Canyon nighttime zone. I feel like it taught us a way to get across the water, maybe. Safe word on if I can share an obscure feature of the ship log I learned about. Ask Semi. Or interrupt us if he's still around. Or Wolf. But I'm guessing it'll be just fine. Yeah, I want to try to find that, and then we spent so much time looking for that burned slide reel room that we didn't end up going to the sleepy zone. Okay. So. Let us ponder and take a break. I need a bathroom break, a glass of wine. Maybe we'll bring the cats in. Do y'all want to see the cats? They have been so good today. They were both sleeping in their little cat beds in my room, taking a nice nap. Supposed to get Dread today, but package didn't arrive. Oh no. I'm in a hurry because I want to watch on stream. Yeah. We're starting next Fridays at Lasley. I don't know if you already heard that, if you were here for that announcement. Magus, thank you for the cat cameo. Okay, let's do that. Let's knock that out first. I feel like that's good for the beginning of our break. Here we go. Did I pause the music? Yes. Oh. Are we between songs? Can you hear Spotify? There we go. We were between songs. Cat cameo. Surprise, it's just me. I'll be right back. Oh, actually, I can probably summon them with treats. They're so good. They were still just both hanging out in their respective cat beds. It's like a cat person's dream when the cat beds you get for your pets, or they actually like them. Come here, have a treat. Are you on camera? Not yet. Come here. There she is. Jump up. I know you can. Good girl. Duncan's like not coming into the room. Duncan, come here. I have treats. Here. Phoebe, here's yours. Hang on, we will have them closer up, but I wanted to give them treats first. See what they're here. Okay, Dunk will be you first. Hold on. Here's the orange boy. His legs are doing a sploot. Ty. Who'd say no to cats? I know. You're having a good evening. They're chilling. He's already ready looking for his escape. Okay. You did so well. Phoebe, we want to see your close-up. Come here. Come on. They're like out of it. They're not cooperating as they usually do. Come here, get your treat. Good girl. Lion King Duncan, yeah. And here's Beebe. Being her good floofy self, she says, "You gave me so many treats, but I want more." Alright, friends. Get a good stretch. Do all the things. I'll see you in a few minutes. Snuggle your pets if you've got them. Have a dance break. Tunes, welcome in. We're just about to go on break, but you came in right in time for the pre-break cat cameo. They're first so precious. They're so well taken care of. Oh, Lazuli. Alright, see you all in a couple of minutes. Bye for now. Welcome back, humans. It was a little bit longer break, but I didn't realize how hungry I was until I got up. This is the screen we want. Hi friends. I hope you had a good break. I got to hang out with the cats. We had a snack, and I got my glass of wine. So cheers, happy Friday. It's so good to have you here. I'm so glad to be streaming this. I feel really good about our progress today. I feel very happy. Thanks, everyone. I'm gonna go ahead and switch over. I realized I went to the gaming screen. Overlay. Whatever, I have it titled. And, there's no game. But it was time for cheers, so. Alright. I feel pretty good about where we're at. We don't have to finish tonight. I don't think we'll finish tonight. I just think I feel better than I did the first two streams. At the end of the stream. It's not even the end of the stream. Jen, don't get ahead of yourself. Okay. Let's go back to the stranger, shall we? 3, 2, 1, lift off. Something about that being on the pause screen too long is what ends up making my controls go away. Oh dear. Oh my. That was very strange. It like didn't detect that I had gone out of the landing camera, or maybe I went back into it at some point. It's impolite to keep calling it the stranger. True. True. I should come up with another name for it, huh? Cheers. Cheers, Lazuli. If you're not drinking, that's okay too. Cheers. Toast with water, toast with tea, with juice, with a duvet and pillow like llama. The friend, yeah. Mm-hmm. Only noticed that new quick exhalation noise when resetting stuff to defaults yesterday. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I don't know. We're doing something here this time. There we go. That looks slightly better, but I kind of got out of whack because we were resetting things too, I think. Ooh, coming in hot. Alright, we're fine, we're fine. Yeah, this is good. This is where we want to be. Whee! Whee! There, that seems right. A little overzealous. Ooh, wrong button. There we go. Ooh, rough landing. Kerplunk. Only noticed that new quick— oh, I read that already. Alright. We just have to make it past that one rock that I keep getting stuck on. Should be interesting. Practice safe rafting at all times. Keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle. If things start moving too fast and look dangerous, please turn out your flashlight and proceed to the shallowest depth you can find while deploying your life vest. If only we had a life vest. Any trips or concerts planned soon? No concerts. I'm not ready for concerts. I'm going to see family for Thanksgiving. We have that still booked. Pending any pandemic changes, and the flight I think is still covered by some kind of insurance-y thing. My parents got the tickets for the family and they were like, we're gonna make it so if we have to cancel, we still can. I'm dropping frames, I think. Jen the tour guide. Thanks, Magus. Thanks for the clip. I have not watched any clips aside from the first day, which was the weird Brittle Hollow incident. I did go back and watch that because it was very bizarre. But I don't think any of them are spoilery clips. I just think I'll wait until the end to watch everything. So do we wanna explore around here some more and look for that portrait? I wonder what I missed from the slide reel that gives you more clues as to where it might be. Because I'm not sure I understand where to even begin to look for it. You know? The Brittle Hollow incident said so ominously. Yeah. What was the Brittle Hollow thing? The, do you have books you recommend to people? Oh my gosh, the questions. The depth, the breadth. The Brittle Hollow incident happened to me too the first time I discovered it. Oh, that's cool, Magus. That's interesting. Okay, the Brittle Hollow incident. Sorry, 1 second. And then I'll come back to the books. The Brittle Hollow incident was the first time we went inside the stranger. We dropped down. The raft went a bit at... Oh, you weren't asking like that? Never mind. I'll say it anyway. We dropped down, we got the raft picked back up, we walked a couple steps, and then all of a sudden there was a chunk of Brittle Hollow that glitched through the stranger. It was very odd.
Yes! 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 Yes!
Thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. Welcome in. I guess the first thing I want to do is try to find this portrait, this mural. It wouldn't be hidden back here, would it? Oh yeah, books. Gosh, you know, I'm not much of a reader. I feel like I haven't read a good book in a long time. I used to love Stargirl as a kid, as a young adult, but I feel like now recommending that, it's kind of a kiddish thing, and I haven't read it in a really long time. I used to love the Golden Compass books. Video Game Pizza, thanks for the human hello. It's good to have you here. I like your username. What else is something that I've read way more recently than that? I've read books more recently than that. I don't keep a good recommendation list though. Maybe I should get one from all of you. Maybe we can have a book club. This goes back down to the elevator, right? Yeah. What is that thing over there? Doesn't this look like one of the things from the basement that they sit up against while they're holding their artifacts? Book club sounds cool, yeah. I want to go out that other raft exit again. I feel like I'm still hung up on that. I switched to laptop in bed because I was falling asleep in front of the desktop. I'll drift away now, friends. Hope you have a wonderful rest of stream. Thank you, Llama. Sleep well, sweet dreams. We will see you around. Take care. This exit. I want to go out that exit again. I'm so intrigued by this and why it's here. I know it doesn't get us into the observation room. I just feel like it's super odd to have one in there. Here's a mural, but not the one we're looking for. Was there one in here? Did I get a good enough look at this room? I thought we did pretty well. But maybe not. Maybe there's stuff on the walls that I missed. Do we dare? Yeah. I can't resist. Go this way. Go the opposite way that you're supposed to go. Oh. Bravery! There's like abandoned raft chunks and things over here. What is that? The bottom of rafts that got stuck in there. Can I get on top of it? Yeah. We're not anywhere new. But my curiosity was perhaps sated. Do we think we have to go underwater somewhere? Like we do at the tower? Probably not. I feel like it was on my list of things to do, right? No. I just couldn't let it rest. I think it's kind of cool that you can go underneath there, though. Like, the current right here isn't bad at all. Until, I'm sure, until the dam breaks. There's the exit. Okay. Was it worth it? I don't know. Ooh, we're going surfing. I don't think we're gonna make it. Oh no, we're past the part with the electrical cord, so that's good. That part's extra scary when it comes to swimming through. We didn't find the mural. We found the Bermuda Triangle of the Stranger, seriously. I mean, that ruled out a place that doesn't have the secret mural. And where on the ship log was the secret mural? I think it was in this. It was next to the slide reel, burning slide reel building. Can I get up here? I've spent so much more of this game trying to determine which surfaces are ones that I can stand on than I ever did in the base game. Like, I was not so much into jetpacking in the base game. I just took all the designated pathways. Maybe that's part of the intended fun of this DLC, though, is to get people, like, exploring underneath the rocks and cliff sides that they wouldn't have normally explored under. Why does this have a giant ring in the center? Is that significant other than for a chain to pull it up and out of there? Put the warp core in this slot right here. That's gotta be it. Oops. Rip. See, stuff like this I need to pay more attention to. Here's another one of these things that's broken. Time to go to Ash Twin. Oh no, thank you. What's going on with this thing? What are you? You've got all these cords plugged in. We've looked at this before. It shows you the inside. Alright. I always think there's a way for us to get up and out of here. Can you just... like, just fall to the place you want to go, you know? Because it's a ring. Right? Oh wait, I messed it up. For science, our Hearthian's a good sport. Not if I do it like that. Oh, how did I get up there before? That was so good. There we go. I'm scared. That was closer than I thought we would get. Sorry, Hearthian. Actual parkour master. Not even. I wish there was an easier way to go, like, backwards around the ring. I wonder if there's stuff underwater that I'm missing. I've barely spent any time underwater. There's clues. Have you ever tried parkour IRL? No. Tony Hart's pro jetpacker. Oh my god. I love it. I'm gonna get smashed by the intense current. God, so brutal. That part of the current, I always go in there thinking like, I don't know, I'll try to be careful, and it's just death. Imagining Jen, but absolutely ripped. Loop number 42. Very crunchy. Right after I was like, our Hearthian's a good sport. Brutal. Meaning of life loop. Indeed. The only time I hate rocks is when I smash into them like that. Yeah. In the game. Good clarification. I'm stuck on this canyon area. I keep messing around. I don't think we got anything new. We were just kind of seeing what there was to see. I've smashed into rocks like that. 0 out of 10, do not recommend. 3, 2, 1, blast off. Yeah, I can imagine that's not a good time. It does not sound pleasant. Thank you for giving us all the 0 out of 10 review so that we know not to attempt it for ourselves. Because otherwise I would have been curious, you know? Like, maybe it seems bad, but it might be worth it. But thanks to you, Magus. You've saved me the pain and strife. You've got the science, yeah. Same goes for trees. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. That reminds me of, like, this is not an injury story, it's just my immediate 0 out of 10 would not recommend story that comes to mind. No one, thankfully, was hurt in this, but I took a back window out of my old car. 0 out of 10, would not recommend trying to turn past and make a very tight corner turn around a dumpster. That's not moving, mind you, can easily be avoided by a car if one is smart enough to not try to make the turn super tight and just go a different way. But yeah, it scraped into my rear window and just completely popped the whole thing out. It was a good time. Took one for the team in the name of science. I would say trees are worse, yeah. That's a far more war story than me messing up my car. My coworker on first day of the warehouse backed a semi into the gutter on the roof on the way to the dock. The stories of things with cars and non-moving objects never fail to make me laugh and chuckle to myself because, you know, it's like Tina and Bob's Burgers. It's not going anywhere, just don't drive into it. But no. I would say that forgetting the spacesuit is a negative 3 out of 10. Would absolutely not recommend. Don't forget your spacesuit. What a great scene. It's so good. I haven't watched Bob's Burgers in such a long time. But I used to always watch the new episode every week, and it just made me laugh so hard. Forgot the spacesuit at one point after I landed in the Stranger. Gotta put it on before you take off. It's a pre-liftoff checklist item. Oh, whoops. Had a tree reach a branch out and yank me off my bicycle. Oh my god, ow. No thank you. I think I told this story. Oh, hang on. I don't want to miss the thing. Ooh, we're gonna crash into the wall. It's fine. Not my best trip out here, but we still made it just fine. My sibling learned how to ride a bike without training wheels. Our parents took us to a basketball court where there's a bunch of space. My sibling was going, started turning, and smacked straight into the basketball loophole. Oh no. Out of all the empty space, they had to go find the thing to smack into. Exactly. I felt something in my shoulder, saw my feet against a backdrop of sky. Oh. 0 out of 10. Would not recommend. I feel like we've been to the Endless Canyon a decent amount. I feel like this was the one I started out with, and as we did more loops, I got slightly more and more comfortable. I don't know if we're gonna find anything, because I feel like this is the one where you see the shadow of the owl person's head against the wall, but I could never find out if I could get closer to them. And now we know that we don't want to get closer to them. That they are not our friend. So... yeah. Let's see what we can see. There we go. But I'm not expecting great things. Other than, I hope we find the dang mural. Maybe it's somewhere. This is so creepy. These things. We definitely saw one of those in that room upstairs. That's really bizarre. Is one of these, did one of these murals change? No. Okay, and we hear a scream in this area because why? Unclear. I wonder when we wake up if we want to check all the flames of the owl people in this particular room. Maybe one of them goes out. But otherwise from here, we're not really close to any of the flooded ones. So maybe we don't hear a scream? I feel like we've heard a scream here at least once before. Speaking of dream world, certain musical chords always make me tense up or jump when sudden music out of nowhere when walking in the dark. Oh my gosh. We're supposed to be looking for the hand things now that we know how to use them. Oh yeah, this is like the first one where I ever ventured out, and I was so scared just to walk over to these candles, and like my mind was blown that you could extinguish the candles. Because I feel like we've never had anything where, I don't know, we just haven't interacted with a lot of light sources in this game previous other than our flashlight. See, doesn't that look like maybe one of those hand devices down there? Oh, and there's an elevator. That's right. I don't think we ever went down the elevator. I think there's more to explore here. Imagine. Things to explore? In Outer Wilds? Impossible. This is above that rivery tunnel thing we've been to, I think. Oh, this is scary still. It never gets not scary. The candle set the mood, yeah. They've got a nice glow going. I remember we went up this way the first time, and I feel like I haven't been up here since, because there's a locked door. Ooh, that looks like the candles with the hand thing that maybe we saw in the vision? Maybe not. But there is a light there. You see that light? I don't know how to get over to that, if we even can. There's another one. That's the one we did the bridge with. Okay, okay. Oh, it's not a locked door. I think it's just the door that comes out to the balcony. Fair enough. This one, of all the sleepy zones, we have the most time in this one, I think. Ooh, that scared me. Just because I thought the wall was gonna be closer than it was, and it kept zooming out and zooming out. Is this gonna be where the musical... Yeah, the instrument stage is over here. We've seen this before. We saw all this in the vision, giving us kind of our bearings of where we are. So here's the two candles where in the vision they were able to just whoop go across, and I think that's where the mural is, maybe. You have to blow out the candles to get across? Focus the beam? Conceal the beam? I don't know. I have no idea. Give me your power. Something I do not understand yet. That's okay. We've still got areas we can walk to. It's cool, it's cool. Wait, why? Did I like turn the sound down? Why am I so much... Oh, okay. Less terrified now than before. Did I accidentally turn on Reduce Frights? That's fine. I think I'm cool with that at this point. Is that an alarm somewhere? No, it's just part of the music. This is where we first came in. Okay. We have to go through there. This is where it started getting scary because there is an owl person in here. Somewhere. Oh, and there's also a hand. A hand over here. That's the blood. No, the hand is here. There's a scream. Oh yeah, I remember this little like villagey looking area was so confusing to me. There's the water. There's the projector. I wonder, is that owl person asleep? It kind of looks like their head is sort of nodding. Wait, are they looking at a picture of the tree? I don't think so. No, they're looking at a picture of what looks like their home planet. We've been in this room before and it creeps me out every time. There's like stuff flying across the screen too. Ooh, and there's somebody on a boat. Maybe I should have looked at that longer. I don't know where I am. I get very lost in here. Oh, here. Is this close to where that light is for the bridge? No, maybe? Ugh, I'm lost. This is where we first came over? This is a new one, I think. I don't know. No, it's the same. I don't know how, I don't remember how I lit this. Frustrating game. Good game. Frustrating game. We're back where we started. Oh, I get so confused in here. Exactly, T-Mux. I'm not angry. I'm just frustrated, which is better than being disappointed, right? Have we ever gone all the way over here before? Yeah, this is the same. No, this is the only way to go. Jen, please. Why is this so confusing? This looks like it should have a password on it. swear there was a way to get across, but now I can't find it. You just keep going in circles. Here we go. We'll get there, we'll get there. It's fine. It's so dark, I think they do it on purpose. They make it dark and they make all the rooms look kind of the same. And they make you want to turn out your light all the time because you're afraid that something's gonna catch you. Ooh, there's a door opening. Sure, it's fine. I wonder if the other scream has to do with that owl that's watching, the slide reel. Their shadow's still there. Okay, cool. Not where we go across. Where do we go back across? Up there? How do we get back? Jen the Lost. Jen the... I've done this section too many times and it all looks the same. Here, is this it, I think? Yeah. Okay, here's the elevator. Can we go straight across to that? No, we can light it up. Dang, that took me so long to get to. There's a scream. Is that from the tower again? It's possible. Oh, this is gonna take us back to that raft area. So why would we ever want to come down here? Oh. What a waste of time. We spent so much time looking up and going, oh, where's the elevator? But all that this is gonna do is give us a raft to get to a tunnel with a locked door. Disappointing. There's nothing else over here, right? Just a cliff. I didn't see any cool hidden murals. Not yet. What's down here? Oh, here it is. Okay, we did find the hidden mural. After much wasting of time. But these are lit. So I don't know how we would ever get through. I feel like we've probably seen this before. We probably came down here. This was unhelpful. Bam. Bam. I don't get it. But we found it, which means I wonder if because there's one in the sleepy zone if there's also one in the awake zone. I'm checking off things that we did. I feel like the only thing on my list now is to go back to the lowland sleepy zone. I feel like we very thoroughly explored the canyon. And I haven't seen anything like that mural except for when we were asleep. Secret passage and secret mural. We know where the pictures themselves are, but the lights are turned on. So we can't do anything with it. Alright, let's go. At least not yet. 3, 2, 1, blast off. I feel like we got so dang lost in that area, but we still managed to find everything there was to find. There's just so many closed doors that make you think, am I supposed to... Oops. Jen. Am I supposed to come back here and try to open these? I don't think so. I was trying to, like, use my other finger to lock on and match velocity as we were also still putting in the ship inputs, and it didn't work out very well. I unbuckled twice in a row. Oh no. This was not a good entry. There we go. I don't know what to do about those murals. I'm just thinking while we're flying over here. What do we know about murals? What have we learned about paintings in this game? It doesn't look like those ones. It's not like, it's not like the ones in the tower where you take the lantern away and there's a little windowsill. There's no windowsill to move back. I don't know what they're gonna look like when we do finally get it. If we do finally get it. Safe here. Ooh, not really. Not particularly. Oh, we want to go through that river part. Yeah, because the water is a good option. Ghost matter detected. Nearby. It didn't seem like there was anything else near that building. Maybe we did miss out on some more clues in there. I'm not sure. Now where are we going? Right here. Oops. I grabbed the wrong ones. Does this building have a mystery mural? Not that we know of. We only know of the 2 so far. Which one of these buildings is the one that has the missing skeleton? Not this one. Oops, not marshmallow. Okay. Doze. Extra mallow. Pretty much. Oh, hello. You got too close. I feel like this stuff hurts the same as ghost matter. It has a very similar color, but I have no reason to think that they're linked. Okay, how do we do this? We've done this one a million times. Already did 1 mallow hatchling. Save yourself for after dinner. Where's the shortcut spot again? Isn't it here? Yeah. It's actually vodka cranberry juice, not wine. It could be anything. No, it's wine. Wait, was this always here? Yeah. I think. Your flame goes out when you use those. That's kind of interesting, right? I don't want to do this part again. Can we skip this? Okay, there we go. Follow that owl. Don't let them see you. They're very scary. Oh god, I think I'm like right in front of it. Oh god, we came out like right by the tunnel. Yikes, Jen. I don't know if there's like multiple paths where you can follow them. I think just the one. This looks the same. Here's the music. I think, well, I haven't seen it all yet. So far, I feel like this is less scary to me than anglerfish. But I haven't seen everything yet. I can't make that judgment yet. It's just more annoying because it's like a lot of cat and mouse, like chase, move, stop moving, and it's so loud. The music is. I wonder if Reduce Frights turns that down. Oh no, I got stuck on a corner. Oops. Oop, I got stuck on the stairs. Okay, we're good. I gotta keep moving though. Oh, follow this guy. Oh shit! How do we get through there? What are you supposed to do? They're everywhere. I thought I was just supposed to follow that other one. I must have bumped into the one by the door. Oh, that is so annoying. It's not that it's scary, it's that it's long and obnoxious. And that feels like the only thing I can do right now. I don't have time to do another one before the flood. Carol, welcome in. You're a lot braver than I was. I was a big baby when they jumped. Yeah. I spent so much time being scared of just walking around that area that I feel like I'm like more fed up because I just want to get through it and see what else there is. Because I was so scared of nothing. Like the whole game. That looks really cool. And now I'm just aggravated because I don't want to do that part anymore. But you can't, like, you can turn frights off, but you still have to go through the motions of doing it. New headphones? Nice. I've got bravery. You sat on yours. Oh no. I don't have anything else on my list. It's not a good sign. HP, welcome in. Hello, hello. I don't know, I think we'll just meditate and try again. I don't know what else to do. Randomly reminds me of one time I was about 11. I took off my glasses and for some reason put them on a chair. Oh no! And forgot about them. You can guess what happened. I sat down and broke them. Yeah. That's unfortunate. It's never fun to break glasses. Should we just sit and chat about lore? Let's hypothesize together instead of just meditating. Lore! I took off my headphones to let my cat in through the window and absent-mindedly put them on my chair. Oh no. Been meditating so much in this part of the game that you could call me Gabbro. Yeah, I feel... Well, and it's, again, it's like because of the DLC, there's not other planets to go to, so I'm just like, I don't know, let's meditate and do it again. The flooding aspect really adds that because you're like, yeah, I know I don't have time to go in again before the thing floods, which I actually might have had enough time, but I was too chicken to do it immediately again. What do we know so far? We don't know anything, but we've seen the vault. We've seen owl people walk into these flame pillars and they light up a glow and then a chain appears on the vault and the crest in front of, like, connecting the chain. Pretty much the same for all three of the locks. There's 3 locks. There is... I kind of want to go to... Maybe... Is it the tower that's the one that has the big, like, pit? The well? Because there's one area that has all those 3 bike lock things. And the alarm bells, and then there's a big well with candles in the middle. I have no idea what that's for. We've seen these murals on the wall with a tree with a door going into it. Which actually, I wonder, when we go down in that tunnel in the woods, I wonder if it looks, if there's like a tree above us. I'm so focused on following the owl person in front of me that I don't really know what it looks like up above the entrance to that tunnel. It makes me kind of curious. We know nothing. We know that the owl people scanned the eye. They looked at the eye of the universe. They saw a vision, and they were like shocked and scared. There's 2 different visions. The one time they received the signal from the eye of the universe, and then they had a vision, and they were like, oh, maybe we should go there. So then it shows the stranger flying over towards it. But then there's the other time when they scan it and they have a vision and it glows red. I kind of want to watch that slide reel again. That's the Eye of the Universe slide reel. I don't remember where that one is. I think it's either in the canyon or near the tower. Which are we close to the tower? We could maybe still go see that one. Yeah. We've got maybe some time. Maybe not. Who knows? But they see a vision and the eye glows red, and then it looks like the eye explodes and kills everybody. Not a supernova, but I kept thinking it was a supernova. There's something else. Giant steep looking pretty in the window. Everything, yeah, looks really pretty through the cloaking device. Ooh, maybe I can't get down there as easily as I thought. Boat! Come back here! Yes! Worth. Ooh, wait. We landed on the boat and it was epic, but then we got tripped up by this completely stationary roof. Oh, we need a lantern. Nice landing. We got a little beat up. Actually, we did okay. Our health doesn't look that bad, even though we smacked into the raft. I've had much worse landings. But this one might not have the slide reel we're looking for. Ooh, did we get lucky? Did I remember? I don't know if this is it. I feel like it is. And if we're in slide reel mode, we can delay the end of the cycle song. This one I wanted to watch again. Scanning. Pew. Vision. The flame is lit. They use the flame to scan it. It turns red, and they see the eclipse thing. And then it gets bright and hot from the eye, not from the sun. And it turns everything to death. Is this like one of the possibilities from base game? Is this what happens after we got to the eye and went poof? This is Big Bang stuff from the eye and not from the sun. Scary. Scary. Glowing eyes, scary music. But why? I don't... They built the eye shrine, I feel like, because originally, kind of like the Nomai, they got the signal and they wanted to try to get to the eye. And they have these cool shrines of like, yeah, we're gonna get there someday. I don't know, maybe, just a guess. And then they scanned it and got this vision and now they're like, oh no, we're not gonna go there? But if you had a vision... How would you know that doing this would cause that vision not to happen? But I guess they thought maybe, this is all speculation, I don't know, but they thought maybe they were the ones who caused the thing if they were to travel to the eye. And then we traveled to the eye and made it happen. But was it gonna happen anyway? I don't know. There's so many different simultaneous realities, right? We're on loop bajillion. But then why? So they were not in. They weren't in their current position before. Yeah, all rhetorical questions. Thank you, Wolf. Thank you. When from that other slide reel, we watched them fly towards the eye, and then maybe they decided, heck no, we're gonna leave and park in front of the sun and hide instead. I don't know. Also, Bramble looks weird in this slide, right? Is this pre-explosion Bramble? I don't know. It looks so different. And do we know, timeline-wise, do we know the state of the owl people as far as between the Nomai and the Harthians because of the fact that their bodies are here in the state that they're in? Does that give us a clue as to when they got here? I feel like it does, but I don't know what it is. Also, I think that's, yeah, the quantum moon around Giant's Deep. Yeah. Because you see Addle Rock, you see Hollow's Lantern, you see the twins. But also, it's interesting that they bring the deep space satellite into everything in the DLC, because you wonder if it wasn't there before and now it is. The eclipse thing that, who sees it? Hornfels? Gabbro? Hornfels sees it in the pictures. Gabbro goes to check it out. Maybe it happens, maybe the owl people are over closer to the eye at the same time that the Harthians exist, and then they move into place, and now the deep space satellite sees this thing. But how would they get into place without anyone detecting them? I don't know. So interesting. Why does it glow red like that? Why the red? And is this a picture of one of the... Is this a vision of one of the owl people arriving at the eye? I don't know. It shows that purple... that purple surface. I don't know, that means something. Gosh, how many times can I watch the same slide reel? We're just finding ways to make use of the end of this loop since we got caught by the owls. I wonder if these all have specific symbols on them, and I've never really noticed that before. Maybe they all have symbols that indicate what they do. I'm not sure. Those vault ones are so puzzling to me. What's down here? Just the exit? Yeah. Okay, what else have we not tried yet? Lots of things, I think. How come these lights are out in here? Are there any clues or indications as to why those lights are out, but the ones in that other place won't go out, no matter what happens to the surrounding environment? Fuel level critical, come on. And there's the eye building. We can go get fuel if we want. I was wondering if it was going to come down while I was watching. Splash. Kersploosh. Oh, there. Now you can see the cable that I think I was trying to look for. Some of these cables that wrap around the outside, maybe? I don't know. Well, we had some fun theorizing, I suppose. I don't feel any closer to anything. But we can go read the ship log again and ponder some more. I feel like I have a safe word question, which is if you think turning on reduced frights will help me get through that one room in the lowland sleepy zone. But I don't think it's gonna tell me what to do in that room. I think it's just gonna reduce, like, what happens when you get caught. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think it'll help. It's not gonna give me a clue. Reduced fright mode secretly actually gives you hints and waypoints in the game. Oh, and we lost our propellant power because no more fuel. So maybe I was just too reckless and I bonked right into that one owl by the door. Reduce fright mode actually takes you straight to the end of the game, yeah. I'm thinking that's probably what happened, because I went 180 degrees from the first time we went in that room, and I just stood in the corner waiting to see if it would, like, something would happen. And then the second time I was like, okay, I know I can't wait in the corner, so I'm just gonna go. And that wasn't right either. But you don't have time to sit there and look and see where all the owls are positioned. I wonder if you get there quicker, if there's fewer owls in the room? I don't think so. Because I don't think any of the ones walking through in a line are the ones... I don't think they stay in the room. I think everybody that comes through just passes through and goes through that door. And then another. And then another. Ooh, where's the probe going? Meow. Sorry. I think it crashed into Timberhearth, though. Or else it went right past us. Oh, it glitches. What is it? It like phases through planets, right? It can't actually land on the planet. I don't feel any closer to anything. Oh, let's read. A radio tower. Designed to receive photos taken by the deep space satellite. There are several photos of the entire solar system hanging on the walls. Hornfels noticed something strange in one of the photos, but concluded equipment malfunction was the only sensible explanation. False. A massive artificial ring world hidden within some sort of cloaking field. It does not appear to be Hearthian or Nomayan in origin. Hidden Gorge. A narrow gorge along the rightmost branch of the river. There are dwellings built into both cliff faces high above. Damaged laboratory. A laboratory with 3 test chambers. The second chamber is badly damaged and can be entered through a hole breach in the side of the stranger. I found a slide reel that shows 3 experiments conducted with 3 different artifacts. The third experiment appears to be a success. What do we think all those other burnt slide reels are for? And why is it, how convenient is it that the ones that are not burnt up to a crisp are the ones left over? They're still burnt to a crisp, but they have just enough to get you through the game. A slide reel that shows the stranger's inhabitants congregating around a strange green fire. Several slides have been burned and cannot be viewed. A room full of burned slide reels piled next to a strange device. I found a hidden slide reel that shows a container marked with a glowing symbol being handed to a shadowy figure. The lights are extinguished, and the figure carries the container into a secret passage behind a mural of a large tree. Endless Canyon. A massive canyon that stretches into the distance. A candlelit lodge is built into the far cliff face. I found a mural of a large tree on the bottom floor of the lodge. The reel I found in the slide burning room shows a container marked with a glowing symbol being handed to a shadowy figure. The lights are extinguished, and the figure carries the container into a secret passage behind a mural of a large tree. Abandoned Temple. An abandoned temple marked with a symbol of a burning slide reel. It can be accessed from a passage in the hidden gorge. There is an interface upstairs that can be used to line up symbols in a vertical sequence. Where should we go? Should we go back there again? And see if we can find the key of the symbols to open that one? Do we think the same sequence of symbols opens all of the bike locks? No, because there was a label at the top of the one we used that had like the, I don't know, the probe grabby 4-prong thing on it. It had like a labeled picture to tell you that was the key to that one. So I'm assuming this one will have a code on it that says, like, that has this slide reel symbol. Maybe. Cinder Isles. A pair of small rocky islands connected by a village of stilt houses. I found a large metal symbol for the Eye of the Universe inside a burned out building. Do we think the password is in there? Because it's like the temple and the temple. Do we think there was a password in the burned slide room? I don't think so. I hope I would have noticed, but maybe not. A slide reel that shows the stranger's inhabitants analyzing the Eye of the Universe. Several sides have been burned. A secluded village nestled within a cove. A candlelit tower sits atop a nearby island. The well at the bottom of the village is guarded by a statue that activates an alarm bell when it sees me. Let's go back there next. Instead of following the owls again, let's keep rotating. I don't like doing the same thing on a loop many times in a row. Island Tower, a tower that sits atop one of the Cinder Isles. The upper floors can only be reached from a second entrance at the back of the tower. I found a slide reel that shows the stranger's inhabitants opening a secret passage in a round room filled with lanterns and murals. The inhabitants are shown filing into 3 of these rooms throughout the stranger. The light coming out of the vault gave me a vision of climbing a spiral staircase to a room near the top of a tower. One of the stranger's inhabitants pointed at the mural of the tower beneath a nighttime sky, then picked up an artifact and left the room. Sometime later, the lamps next to the mural went dark, revealing a secret passage. I wonder... The comment about how, you know, when you have that vision and the other owl person takes their artifact and leaves, I wonder if it has something to do with lighting your flame at the fire and then putting your artifact down somewhere and leaving it and then waking up. But I don't know what would happen if you did that. What happens if you like light your artifact and then it's not the game, I don't think lets you do this, but what if you could like drop it into the water next to you? We've walked off the cliff into the water and it extinguishes the flame and we wake up. I assume you would just wake up. Thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. Shrouded woodlands. A dense forest along the banks of a river. I heard music coming from a candlelit building across the water. I found a covered bridge leading into the darkest part of the forest. It's interesting, it doesn't tell you any of that scary room with all the owls in it. It just ignores that part. A low-lying region near the entrance of the stranger. There are wooden buildings along the banks of the river. I found several ornate metal artifacts inside a workshop surrounded by ghost matter. A slide reel that shows the origin of the stranger and its inhabitants. Several sides have been burned. A large metal structure suspended by chains. It can be entered by swimming from below. There's a sealed vault illuminated by green fire inside. This talks about the locks. I feel like I read this one pretty recently. I don't know. An enormous reservoir with wooden piers and buildings on both shores. I found a room with a burned control interface and a projection that seems to indicate a broken connection between the stranger and another craft. A slide reel that shows a strange vault being encased in a large metal structure and lowered underwater. Nearly all the slides have been burned and cannot be viewed. Shiplog is burying the lead about the house full of owls. Alright, let's go back here. So much to read and go, yeah. I know, I was there. 3, 2, 1, blast off. I know, I was there. I saw it. What does it mean? Oh, I said I was gonna take at least one loop to hang out in Timberhearth, and I didn't. Shake my head. Shaking my head, my head. Wolf. Oh no, what does that even mean? Okay, we're coming in kinda hot. This is slightly better. Here we go. Yes, yes. Brilliant. That one thing talked about a container. I was just curious what these containers look like. If they mean anything. I don't think so. I really wish we had found something cool in this room. Maybe there still is. I feel like it's too cool of a room to not have anything in it. Right? Okay, we're going to the tower. Less of a long trip than it is to the canyon. What's up and to the left over there? Have we ever gone that way? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Don't get stuck on that rock again. I don't think there's anything over there except for more trees. But I don't think I've really jumped up and explored some of the grounds after the lowlands. I don't know if there's anything over there. Okay, we don't have an artifact in this area. I wish there was one. Maybe there's a sneaky hidden one. But now that I'm here, I'm realizing the error I've made. So let's change plans again. Do. Any sneaky passwords hiding somewhere in plain sight? Everything's just all burnt up. I know we can still go get an artifact. I was coming over here thinking, yeah, it's really easy to get a lamp in there, but I think I was thinking of lamps and slide reels. It's easy to go back and forth between the two towers and grab one and then come back. So strange. I'm repeating things. Slide reel. Yeah, I don't know. Just making sure I see everything I can. Oh, that's cool. There's another one of these things. Is that just their beds? Is that how they sleep? Is against a wall? Maybe that's all it is. So musical, yeah. Time to get my wife for work. See you all later. Okay, well, take care. Have a safe trip. Thank you so much for your help. I appreciate you. Don't owls sleep standing up? Yeah, probably. Makes sense. This is the one with the missing person, which I find really intriguing. Can we, like, disable the sound device somehow? Can we put earplugs in? That would be cool. What else did I want to do? Let's go grab a boat. If it's not too late to do so. the thing. Here we go. Around for stuff that we've maybe missed. Hoping the dam doesn't break before I get to where I'm going and we get electrocuted. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Well, that was a bust. That was stupid. There wasn't a light where I needed there to be a light. Over here. Trees. There's really nothing over here other than you can see the shrine from here. I don't know what else to do this loop. My plan and my backup plan failed. Let's make a list. Okay. Find Eye Shrine Bike Lock Key. 1. That's 1. 2. Do we want to try to figure out how to open the murals? I feel like opening the murals... We're supposed to turn the lights off. Like, I don't know what... If there's going to be a clue that tells us to do that further than what we've already seen. But it's still something we don't know. So I'll put it as 2. 3. I'm looking back at the last slide reel we read. Oh, interesting. But that still doesn't make sense. They say, like, we watched the slide reel about the 3 owl people and there was that, like, symbol with the vault pictures in the middle. And before they go through the mural, they extinguish the canyon, the Endless Canyon bridge flame. But when you first arrive in the Endless Canyon, that bridge flame is already extinguished. So I don't know how that mural would be, like, connected to the Endless Canyon bridge because it's already not lit. Ghost High. We're just talking at the end of a bunch of these, well, 2 of these loops because I keep, like, going in with a plan and then I end up not sticking to that plan. What was the other thing I wrote down? I want to know what's up with the lantern slide reel that we saw, because I feel like all it told us was the different artifacts that worked or didn't work when they experimented. I'm not really sure what's going on with that. I don't have a ton of notes from this stream, but I feel like we found a lot. Thanks, Ghost. Ugh. It's so, like, I'm most frustrated by the owl people getting to that room and having to do it like over and over again, not knowing where to go once you get to that room. Which I think that's just part of the game. You just have to go back until you figure it out, but it takes so long to get there that I get mad. So I don't want to do it again. And I was trying to think of other things to do in between attempts, but none of them panned out. We were trying to go back to the tower nighttime zone. I had a good plan, and then we forgot to pick. I forgot that I needed to pick up an artifact on the way there. I guess we should just redo that. Okay, I don't want the map. We'll meditate this time. I don't have much more to talk about because we still have one thing that I need to redo. Jen makes plans. I know. I have to, because otherwise I won't. I'll feel too hopeless if I don't make a plan. It's the Capricorn in me. I have to make a checklist and check everything off the checklist. Just one more thing. What's that? Or you mean like just one more loop? Just one more thing. Santa's a Capricorn? Yes. The second, yeah. Okay. I don't need to read the ship log. 3, 2, 1, blast off. Da 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 da. Ba 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 ba. Santa's a Capri Sun. Exactly. If Santa is a Capri Sun, then so am I. It's easy to play the game for a long time. I feel like I can't play it for too long because then I get so focused in and I can't shut my brain off and then I can't sleep. But yeah, it is easy to play for a long time. I have to be disciplined, otherwise it just ruins my brain. I'm like going through loops in my head. Also, I just remembered I had a dream. Oops, hang on. I had a dream that our friend Leafling raided us. Like, straight up, it was an Outer Wilds stream, and Leafling showed up. And I was like, hey, thanks for the raid. Like, it just... When dreams are too close to real life, it gets me. Like, you could dream about anything. You could dream about fantasy, or, like, cool things coming true. Like, all your wildest... best moments, and I dream about streaming and getting raided by someone who, like, one of my friends who it's very feasible and realistic that they might raid me. Which is great, but come on, Jen, use your imagination a little bit in your dreams, please. Escape a little bit. My brain felt physically tired, yeah. I feel that. And, like, I have this mixed feeling where I want to take a break and then stream some more. And then I'm like, no, I probably shouldn't. I should just rest. But then you're like, oh, but what if I go in and then I find something? Aries is a common crossword answer. Nice. Have you ever lucid dreamed? I've dreamed and known I was dreaming, and I've dreamed and woken up and gone back into the same dream. I haven't done it in a long time, but I used to be able to do it a little bit. I'm not gonna make that jump, so we'll just keep going. But it's not like a lucid dream where I prep myself to lucid dream before I fall asleep. It's the kind where you're sleeping in and you wake up and you like vividly remember and you're still kind of in that sleeping wake and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna sleep in today. That was a nice dream. I'll dive back in. I feel like that's not quite the same as lucid dreaming where you set it up for yourself, you know? Oh, I was afraid I wasn't actually gonna land that. There's one right there, but it's not. It's a broken one. There's a bed in here, too. Is there a password in here? That's what you do pretty much every day. Nice. Hey, AC, welcome in. You telling myself a story then lucid dreaming? Yeah. It's pretty nice when you can get it to work. It's a good time. Okay, I don't see anything else in there. I was afraid I missed something, but I think we can keep it moving. Used to lucid dream every night. Taught myself because I had nightmares. Ooh, yeah. I could see why you'd be invested in learning how. My defense mechanism. Yeah, change them into better dreams. That's awesome. Okay. Is this the one I want? No. I went into autopilot. I mean, we do want this one, but... do I have a raft available to me? Not from here, but I know there's one close-ish by. Oh, it's over here. Nice. I forgot my plan was to go to the tower one, not the lowlands one. But it's cool, it's cool. We got this. Power out. Can we pick up the ones? Oh, dang. There's one artifact that's the circle artifact, right? That was in, if we came in through the hole breach? Can we take one of those to a flame and make a explosion again? We should try that. I'm sure it'll be fine. There's another instrument painting. There's another bed. I think there was one in the experiment area. I wish I had written down where I saw it. I swear we found one that was a circular one without the ability to focus and conceal. Because I remember saying that. I was like, oh dang, we don't have the ability to focus or conceal. Oh dang. Those were my exact words. This is the one with the alarm issue. This is the one where the gong wakes us up every time. But waking up for the gong isn't that bad. Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Maybe? Let me stop the music so you can hear me sneeze extra well. Oh, yeah, we've been back here, but we kept going up to this tower and back that way. So we haven't been over here in a while, which I think is where the well is. And this area is kind of scary. All those candles are already lit, though. I wish they were not lit. I wish there were no lights. Because I think this is already where the alarm goes off from this doorway, right? Oh, maybe not yet. Maybe we'll find some passwords in here this time. Oh, there's an elevator. I hear some feet. I hear footsteps nearby. Ooh. Is this where the alarm bell is? Not yet. Can we see? Oh, we can see owl people from here. There's one up there. Are you pacing back and forth? Yeah, they're like walking around. Is it just that one, or are there multiples? So if you go up that elevator, that's a bad time. I don't know that they're pacing back and forth, or if that's one of the spots where it's that procession of owls. It kind of looks like they're pacing back and forth, though. Or maybe there's a bunch of them in that room. I never noticed that before. This area is, scary. But if you go around lighting candles, somebody's bound to notice you eventually, right? They'll go, hey, why are these candles lit? Hey, did you light these? Oh, there's so many of these, hand mechanisms. Oh, what's that? Some writing that I can't read? I don't have my translator. Can I read their language when I'm in the sleepy zone? No. Oh, it's one of those signs that's like, do not pass. Okay, well, we won't go that way then. We can go up here. I don't think I've been up here yet. We're getting closer and closer to where we saw that person walking around, though, which is not cool. And there's a bunch of elevators. I want to know if that one area is the only place where you can be caught. I'm guessing no. I'm guessing there's plenty of ways to get caught in this game. So there's another hand up there. Pup Inside's hi, welcome. We're a little afeared. There's the flood. We're gonna hear a scream. Is it one of the owls over here? It's the owls. It's whoever is in the lowlands. We're fine here for now. That's such a cool effect too. I know it happens every loop, but it's so interesting when this whole world tilts while we're in it because the tower is tilting. Like, what an interesting thing. Ooh, elevator. Oh, does this take us down to? Okay, I think we've taken this elevator down before. I don't know if it's the only place we can go next. Yeah, it appears it might be. Okay. I'm sure no one will notice me going down the elevator. It's fine. I can send it back up to hide my tracks. This tunnel, I remember that tunnel has the alarm system, right? Did we ever go down this path? This one, the trees block us a little bit for some of it, but now we're in the light, which makes me nervous. And there's water there. And now we're just back to the tunnel again. Okay, I need these candles. Oh goodness, here's the alarm. Right? Is there gonna be water right in front of us? Yeah, there's the alarm. But we don't have candles yet. So I think we're okay for a moment. Oh, here. This is where it sees us because of those lanterns right there. Ooh. I feel like we've done all of this before and I don't know the solution. Oh, what the heck? What if I go back this way? I can barely see. This is where we came from. Oh. I don't get it. Did someone perceive me when I did that? Have we been detected? I don't know. I don't get it. These areas are especially frustrating because it feels like there's only like one path to go through. A lot of them. It's very windy. It takes a lot of trial and error to figure out where to go, but then when you figure out where to go, there's not like a ton of different ways to get there. Is there a hand that can grab us from here and bring us over? No. Does it, turn to detect you from, like, a different area? It's not positioned to see me from here, so I don't think it turns if you shine your light on it or something like that. Did we want to take the elevator? Maybe not. What if we drop it? Oh, we can? No, we can drop it, but... will that confuse it? I don't think so. Because there's still gonna be shadows from the other lanterns. Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. This is unhelpful. We only have so many things we can do in this area. And whether we're holding it or not, if it's lit, it's gonna detect us. Water. It's okay. I don't know what else to do in there. Okay, what else did I want to do? Anything we can rush through this cycle? Oh, for a second I thought these were already out. This one is like... their hand is covering, but none of them are concealed. Oops. Okay, well, that's the end of the loop. Drop this dang thing. I'm sick of it. What does it mean? Here, let's get some fuel for the end of the loop, just in case. What's hidden underneath the eye shrine? What's down here? Secrets. Rocks. We're scuba diving. You know, I thought that there were gonna be scary underwater enemies in this game because of all the boating and rafting and the scary underwater vault. But so far it hasn't really been an aquatic nightmare. Other than the currents. The currents crashing you into the rocks and the wood and the bridge and stuff. That's pretty scary. But no anglerfish. So far. Alright, I think we will probably just do one more loop then. One more loops. Because we did stream long. We said we were gonna stream long. I think what I want to do is try to go find one of those artifacts again and try to mess it up. Let's see what happens. I think it's very feasible because as long as we can get in from the other entrance, there's a connection between the laboratory and it's pretty close to the canyon, like, flame area. Maybe that's a legitimate clue. Maybe it wants you to explode all of the vault areas so that the lights go out. Maybe that's all it takes. This green flame has much power. Nom 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 nom. If nothing else, maybe we'll get an achievement out of it. Or nothing will happen, but we'll say that we tried it. Does it make sense? I don't know. Maybe it had something to do with the proximity to the vacuum of space. And that's why it worked. 3, 2, 1, blast off! Da-da-da, back into space. I know, this was like a marathon of a stream. I'm so determined. Thank you, Todd. I want to get this. I think we will. I think it's just a matter of how much you can do it. I can do it at a time. Not you. This is only my playthrough and no one else's, but it's your brain, my brain, sorry. My brain gets locked into the list thing a little too much because I think when I get to the bottom of my list, I'm like, oh, I don't know what else to do. Our brain, yes. Our collective brain, human brain. And I do an okay job of like innovating when loops go wrong sometimes, but not always. It's fun to try to come up with like new things to do if and when a loop isn't going as planned. Okay, how did I do this? Here we go. Ship, take us to the other side. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, wait, a little lower, please. There we go. Alley-oop. Lock on. Oop, oop, oop. Oh, bonk. Shit. It's hard to see in here, but it's okay. We're a little bit flipped around. Whee! There we go. Cowboy. Hull damage. Nothing terribly severe. Thank you, ship. Let's go. Jerry's brain from counting. What is that from? I've seen someone with that username, but I don't know what it's from. We don't want to be over here. Ship, take us on another journey, please. Whee! Ooh, bonk. Bonk, 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 bonk. Okay, that was a little wild, but we can save it. Ooh, maybe not. Ooh, our gravity thing is busted. Shoot. Yeah, this is now where we live. I think we're close enough. Maybe we should have just done a eject. That was weird. I think it's this one over here. Chai, have a good lurk. Thanks for the lurk. I know we streamed super late today. It's like really hard to maneuver out here because of the nature of what's happening out here, I think. But this will suck us in. Oh, shoot. Maybe. And now we hear the vacuum noise. Okay, stressful, but we did it. Now, is there one of those things in here, or did I remember it incorrectly? I'm pretty sure there is. I hope there is. I could be completely wrong. Ha 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 ha. Okay. There's two round ones, and I don't see any of the first edition. We have second edition and third edition. I don't have a great evil laugh, but that one is the best that I've got, so enjoy. Oh, and I wanted to come in here and look for a password. Since we're here, we might as well do another quick scan. Is there one on one of the rooms in here? There's a bell and a flame. And a bell and a flame and a first edition lantern. Oh, we can open this one. Why did I never do that? Is this a vision? Heck yeah. Okay, good. I'm glad we came back here. First edition flame. Sleeping in first chamber. Wait, is that it? It just shows them going to sleep and then waking back up? I mean, that's fair. They just did the test. Oh, and it didn't work. That's why all we saw was them sleeping and waking back up. Bad test. No good. Didn't work. We can... Can we doze around this tiny flame? No. But we can take that artifact with us if we want to. The flame in here is out because it burst through the hole. So we can't get a vision from that one. I definitely did not... Whatever. I looked, like, glanced. I didn't closely examine the door or examine it at all. And I thought it was one of the flat doors that didn't have a sun on it. Or, third edition artifact, not flame. Artifact. Sleep in third chamber. Oh, but we didn't see what happened after that. Oh, I think they see their flame light up and then they just wake up and say, yeah, the test worked, right? Because we saw what happened from the other side. It worked. And they wake themselves up, I guess. Do they jump in the fire to wake themselves up? That's kind of gnarly. Okay, let's go find a fire. Oops. This is gonna be bad. This is not a good idea. But I'm so excited about it. We gotta get somewhere safe before the flood. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. For science! Exactly. Okay, sorry everyone. Sorry to disturb. Ready? Science! Weird. It just does a little poof. But you don't get to stick around afterwards. You're toast. If you have the Steam overlay turned off, you got an achievement. I was hoping. I do have it turned off, but I was fingers crossed for an achievement. Okay. Seeing those visions was cool, because we didn't see them before. I feel like it didn't really help me that much. But let's go read our ship log. And then I think we'll end it there. I think that's the plan. I like plans. Oh, I thought we had a ship log update, right? Oh, here it is. I saw a vision-like recording of someone picking up an artifact and going to sleep in front of a green fire. The rest of the vision was distorted and difficult to make out, but a flame seemed to appear inside the artifact. That's it. Plan number 1, make a plan. Plan number 2, do the plan. We've still got this. So what happens if you go to sleep in front of a fire with 1st edition artifact? You wake up, there's no flame. Do you wake up in Dreamland Sleepy Zone and then you automatically wake up again because there's no flame? I kind of want to try that too. They wanted to make extra sure you tried sleeping next to a fire. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do a whole loop at the end here just to do the 1st edition artifact experiment, but I should have tried that first, since I knew that it probably wouldn't kill us. Where do we start next stream? I think next stream we just start with another loop of the owl people and go from there and mix it up between loops. Here, let's go listen to some Timber Hearth music too while we talk, because I happen to love the Timber Hearth music. How much braver am I now that I've been jetpacking like a mad Hearthian everywhere? Can I just like use my new skills? Oop, well now we're gonna die. No, we're pretty good, right? We've improved vastly. It's a good looking board. I'm proud of our board. I think it does look pretty good. I think our key, our what is it? Ash Twin Project? No. Yeah, our Ash Twin Project is the Owl People room. That's where we're stuck. Kid, stop throwing rocks into the ghost matter. I'm trying to relax and listen to the music. Man. Good old timber hearth. Oh, you can't hear the music from here? Heck. It's a tricky one, was for me, yeah. Yeah, it's a tricky one. For sure. Well, we could go visit the frog people statue. Or, I mean, mural. I keep going to high up places so I can get a good view, but then we lose the music. Yeah, this is good. Right here. Whew. Yeah, we start with... Okay, I'll make notes. Next stream. Which is tomorrow. We are gonna stream tomorrow. I think I need it. And then we'll decide if we need tomorrow and Sunday, or just tomorrow, or multiple Sundays after that. Because we've got Dread to prep for. Owl people in Lowlands Sleepy Zone. To me, someone who has not yet finished the DLC, to me it feels like I have to get through that owl person thing to know what to do in the other areas. That seems like the hiccup, because I have all these other clues and sort of leads and puzzles and things, but I don't know where else to look for them. But I think as we go, we'll do an owl person loop, and then do a loop looking for stuff we missed, and then do an owl person loop, and then look for more stuff we missed.
Yes! 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 Yes!
That's the plan. Thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. I appreciate it. I still think there's stuff in that very beginning area of the lowlands. Maybe even the dam. We have been across the top of the dam maybe one time. I don't know. There's gotta be more stuff out there that we missed. Saturday stream, oh my gosh. So many Saturday streams lately. Was this Harthian always over here with the telescope? Or a signal scope? Moraine? Oh, hello, astronaut. This is good weather for your launch, right? That's lucky. Any good sounds from space today? There are. My signal scope is set to Outer Wilds Ventures frequency, so I'm listening to the Traveler's music. I think we know this person. Last night I heard Ryback's banjo coming from Brittle Hollow. I hope that means they're safe. I can hear different planets too. Depends on what time of day or night, since different planets are in the sky at different times. Signal scopes are cool. Yeah, they are. Oh, cool. Oh, thanks, Ghost. Thanks, Semi, Pup and Sud, Stir Fry, Taw. Everybody. Good stream, long stream. I feel like there was never a point when I was just banging my head into my desk or like against a wall. There was always little nuances of stuff that we were discovering on accident or on purpose, so that's good. I can only do so much in one day. Thank you for thanking the mods. I appreciate it. Mods, you rule. Thanks for staying on top of things. No spoils. We haven't had anything spoiled at all.